Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to InnoVEX 2025 Center Stage Forum. I'm your host for today. My name is Anita. The first session we are beginning right now. The topic is AI-driven future of manufacturing and smart mobility, the key to digital transformation. We are truly honored to have an exceptional lineup of speakers today who will be sharing their insights on smart manufacturing, edge computing, and future mobility. Before we officially begin, we would like to invite all of our distinguished speakers to come up on stage for a group photo and capture this exciting moment together. Please come up to the stage as I call out your name. Welcome, the Senior Manager of Manufacturing AI Algorithm and Software of NVIDIA, Mr. Tim Lin. Global Sales Director of Solomon, Mr. James Chen. The Associate Vice President of Advantech, Mr. Magic Pao. As well as the Manager of Future Mobility of Pan German Motors, Mr. Sean Chang. A sincere welcome to our distinguished speakers today. All right, please look towards the camera in the middle of the venue. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, let's have more photos, please. Okay. Thank you again. Let's give them a round of applause. So, Mr. Tim Lin, please remain on stage, and we will now begin our first topic for this afternoon, next generation AI technologies for manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Tim Lin a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I'm Tim Lin from NVIDIA, and I focus on applying AI technology to the manufacturing industry. So today, it's my pleasure today to share how next generation AI to be applied on the manufacturing. Okay. Okay, so as you can see from this page that NVIDIA AI tool is applied across wide range of the industrial. So, but today I will focus on manufacturing. As our topic is on manufacturing, next generation AI application. So there's a number that about 10 million of factory with half billion employees that operate 24/7 around the world, as part of 50 trillion US dollar in manufacturing industrial. That's a huge number. And each factory is trying their best to produce the best quality of the product as quickly, but with cost efficient as possible. And the challenge, there's also a study that mentioned about 20 cents of every dollar spent in the manufacturing is wasted because of the quality issue, the accident, or unplanned tool downtime, or silo system. So this is a challenge for manufacturing, which may lead to 12 trillion cost of the loss. And there's also a challenge that the manufacturing also have a labor shortage, the skills gap, and the increasing training cost because the manufacturing now is more and more complex. So the manufacturer now is turning to the agentic AI because with agentic AI, it can operate independently and take on multiple complex tasks with minimal human supervision. That's why industrial now is using agentic AI. And for example, like with texture or visual input, the agentic AI can ingest huge amount of data and generate summarization, answer the Q&A, or even it can do the defect analysis, which I will explain more in the next slides by using the agentic AI. And the agentic AI is just a combination of all the foundation model, for example, like computer vision, vision language model, large language model, and vector database or RAG. So here's I'm going to show you a video about how agentic AI work. So it can monitor the safety of the worker, and it also can monitor the safety of the workplace, such as a warehouse, or it also can monitor the workplace safety to see if there anyone wearing the unallowed suit. Here is also an example that how warehouse supply chain efficiency by using agentic AI. And this is an example of a wafer inspection that using wafer language model to classify the defect. And we also apply the vision language model to monitor the SOP to see if the worker or the operator follow the SOP procedure and detect if there's any missing. So that's a simple demo of the vision language model. So now we understand that with our vision language model, we can look for defect and remove the defect from the production line. We also can use the vision language model work as a co-pilot with the operator to enhance the training or to monitor if there's any missing during the assembly line. In the macro view that we can imagine that with mega agent in the factory, the agent can work together, communicate with each other, and to optimize the facility, for example, like robot fleet management, space utilization, or the workplace safety. And next, I'm going to show you the top 3 AI model, next generation model that apply on the real world case. The first one is the one that I just introduced, the vision language model. And today I will show you what's the performance of our vision language model, which called NVIDIA. And second one, I will introduce the classification model. This is a transformer-based classification model. Although NVIDIA has many classification models, but today I will pick the one that's NV Dino V2 as example. And the third one, data is always a problem. So I will have like 1 or 2 examples how we generate the data for training. So this is a case that we work with the world-leading foundry in Taiwan. You can see this is a wafer map. And we do the wafer inspection, or we call defect inspection, by comparing 2 adjacent die to find the abnormal signal. So one single die may have multiple defects. So once you scan the entire wafer, you can see there's a lot of defects on the wafer. And due to the scan is only, you can have is the only optical image. The resolution is not enough. So we will send those locations to eBeam tool for further review. So this process is just another typical day in the fab. They do is one by one, layer by layer. In addition to that defect, the fab also estimate or evaluate the distribution on the wafer, the defect distribution on the wafer, which we call that's a wafer map. Why they need to monitor the wafer map? Because this wafer map, it usually indicates the issue that beyond the process. For example, you can see there's a scratch. The scratch probably from the arm, robot arm, while it handling the wafer and makes some scratch on the wafer. For example, like the local clustering, that's probably an issue from the chemical contamination. So fab need to monitor this wafer map to see if there are any impact that may lead to significant wafer scrap or lead to serious EO issue. So this is a very simple CNN-based model. I think most factory or industrial, they apply the CNN model when they do the defect classification. Same as here, the foundry also do the CNN-based model on this task. However, you can imagine that this is a traditional challenge for CNN-based model that you may need a large of a labeled data to train a good CNN model. Another one is if you have a new type of defect, you always need to wait or collect enough new type of defect to train a good model if you use the CNN-based model. And the third challenge is that usually the CNN-based model can only work for or work on certain case or certain layer. For example, in the fab, probably you may have 100 layers, so you need to prepare 100 CNN-based model for each layer defect classification. This is a challenge for CNN-based model. So today I'm gonna introduce the vision language model that we use NVIDIA. So you can see an example here. You can compare two images, and the vision language model can tells you the difference. Also, it can understand the content of the image. Besides, it also can compare the image, the difference of the image. You can see an example here. What's the difference between these two? It can point out the difference, also the location. How about if we use semiconductor wafer in this vision language model? You can see it can tells you where is the anomaly on the image. Then if we compare two images, it also can identify the anomaly also with the location. This is a vision language model application on semiconductor image. So what is a vision language model? That's a very simple introduction that traditionally large language model cannot understand the image. So we convert the image to token and train with the large language model. Then now the large language model can understand the image. So this is how vision language model is designed or is trained. So let's input the wafer map to this vision language model to see the result. Describe the image, give the detail. Now it tells you it can find there's a central yellow circle in this wafer map, like a donut shape. But it didn't know the detail of the wafer map. It just tells you the shape, the appearance of the wafer map. So how to adapt the domain knowledge into our vision language model is the challenge. Also is a topic that I'm going to share today. So how can we do the fine-tune of the vision language model? Or we can call that the post-training of the vision language model. So basically, you need to prepare and raw image with the caption of the, you can say this is an image pair with caption. And next, you also need to prepare the Q&A problem. So we have three kind of Q&A problem. The first one is a general Q&A problem. You ask the question, what's the image look like? And the second one, you need to train a model as a yes and no question. to see if this is yes or no. And the last one is the multiple choice question. It can allow the model learn how to multiple choice or to do the multiple classification of this vision language model. So some of you may recall the time when we prepared the college entrance. This is the way we study the book, right? So now the vision language model can understand what's the meaning of the wafer map and the root cause. So when we input the wafer map, it tells you this is a center ring defect after we post-training the model, and also with some root cause analysis. So what's the benefit when we use the vision language model versus the CNN-based model? Is that we can do a few-shot learning. This is quite important to vision language model compared to the CNN-based model. And the second one is that the vision language model is explainable, which gives you a more detailed information of the wafer map. And the third one is that when you need to do the labeling, the vision language model also can do that work with you. And it can lower your labeling cost. Okay, and this is another topic that I'm going to share. That can you tell which one is good and which one is bad from this image? Probably you will choose the left-hand side because it's a clean wafer map. And how about this? So if you want to solve the question by CNN-based model, you need to collect all kinds of wafer map to train a good CNN-based model. However, this kind of a question is that it depends on the variation of each wafer across the time of the process. So you can see here's an example that the first row, there's no any variation from this wafer map. So this wafer map can consider as a normal wafer map. And the second one, there's a minor variation. So you will consider this will be an abnormal wafer map. And the third one is the example that I just showed you in the previous slide. If there's no any variation, this will consider as a normal. Okay, so what we do for this, we convert those images into the video. So you can see the normal, the left-hand side is a normal video, and the right-hand side is the abnormal video. This is a way that that we can use vision language model to classify the wafer map if it is normal or abnormal by using video-based input data. And here's another example for wafer map. So how about the situation if we use the vision language model to the facility? So from the first demo, you can see it can understand what's happening in the warehouse. And the second one, it also can understand if the operator follow the SOP or which action the operator is doing right now. So we just announcing. So here in the Computex, NVIDIA, we just announcing the video search and the summarization blueprint. In short, we call VSS blueprint. So with this blueprint, you can easily build an agentic AI that you can easily build an agentic AI that unlock the insight of millions of camera or huge amount of offline video in your database. And you can do the summary, and you can ask the question of this video search and the summarization blueprint by combining computer vision pipeline, multiple camera tracking, VOM, LLM, and the RAG. And this is an example that the Pegatron used the VSS blueprint on their assembly line. And they claim that about 70% improvement, they can reduce the defect, and about 70% labor cost, reduce 70% of the labor cost by using the Vision VSS blueprint. So I just introduced the VLM and VSS in the previous slides. And next, we will talk about the Vision Foundation model to do the traditional classification by using NVIDIA Dino V2. So we just cover this by using the Vision language model. And how about the defect which cannot describable, which is not describable, or is very hard to describe, for example, like the background or the shape of the defect. So we still need to leverage the classification model can do the job. And from some study that we saw that the transformer-based classification model is much better than CNN-based model. Okay, so what's the benefit for our NVIDIA Dino V2 classification model? The one key point is the SSL. Here we call self-supervised learning for the pre-training, which means you have a lot of data. And so traditionally in the CNN-based model, you have a model and you have a label data, then you train a CNN-based model. How about if you don't have time to label those data and you still want to train a robust classification model, this would be a good choice. So in NVIDIA Dino V2 model, that you can input or you can feed the model with million of data which is unlabeled. And the model can learn the feature from this image by using self-supervised learning technologies. And for example, like in the fab, we never shot for the image. So this is also a benefit for the fab. So when you do the downstream test, you just need to leverage or you just need to provide the model with some labeled image to train the classification. So it's very easy for manufacturing because a lot of manufacturers already built a CNN-based model, which means you already have a lot of data which is labeled. But all you need to do is just provide the model with a lot of unlabeled data to train NVIDIA Dino V2 classification model. So here's an example that you can see the feature is very strong and clear from the NVIDIA Dino V2. This is a general image. And if we give the defect image from the fab, you can see the feature is also very strong. So it's very practical and very useful for fab utilization. So what's the input for NVIDIA Dino V2 classification model? When you input the image, after you train NVIDIA Dino V2 model, the output is just the embedding 1 by 1,500 embedded array. So which means all the feature in your image is already in a 1 by 1,500 feature array. All you need to do is either you have one more classifier after the NVIDIA Dino V2 model, or you can use just like, for example, like a support vector machine or linear regression classification to do the to connect to the downstream test after the Dino V2 model. So here's the result that we have from the fab. Now we can see most layer we have an improvement compared to the CNN-based model. And what's our future work of this vision language model? You can see we would like to train a model. But before we train a model, this is an example of the zero-shot result. When we feed the image to the vision language model, it can tell you what is the structure of the semiconductor is, and asks about the size of the distribution of this image, and it knows that the upper one, the size is the smallest, and the low one is the size is the largest. Also here, it can tell that the fin bending, the left hand one, the most left one is the most one. And the middle fin is only that is vertical. And it also can do the counting job. If you provide the structure of the nanosheet, then you can ask the model how many structure in the other two images, and it can count the number for you. And we also want to know if the vision language model can understand the SPC chart. But from this case, it only knows that there's 1 point out of the spec or out of the control limit, but it missed the bottom one. But it's nature because this is a zero-shot result without any fine-tuning or post-training. It's just a zero-shot result, but we already see the good, a promising result. So data is always a problem for you if you want to train a good model. So we also provide a model that we can generate the synthetic data by using our Cosmos diffusion model. You can see button one is an example. This is an original good sample. And you can provide the model a shape and ask the model to generate the defect image for you. You only need to learn some defect image from your production line. And after it learns the shape, it can generate the synthetic data. Here's the two examples. And also, we use the style gain to generate the defect image. This is another example that we generate thousands image from the PCB component by style gain synthetic data generation. So that's almost my presentation today. And all the technology and all the model you can find if you come to visit our website, the build.nvidia.com. There's a lot of detailed information and example you can find over there. And next, we also have booths here in Computex and also in our GTC, the Hanlai Hotel. We also demo the vision search, video search and the summarization model. We call VSS model over there. You can play the platform and you can understand more detail from the booth demo. Okay, that'll be all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause to Mr. Tim Lin for the valuable insights. Next topic, we will explore how AI and robotics are revolutionizing the manufacturing industry, paving the way for smart factory solutions to meet future challenges. To lead us into this exciting topic, we are honored to welcome the Global Sales Director of Solomon, Mr. James Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Welcome, Mr. James.
So, hi everyone. My name is James. I'm from Solomons, and I'm the sales director for the global business. So today, I would love to share the product and some project application that Solomon has done worldwide with different product we have. So before we jump into the detail of the product application, I would love to go through a bit about the background of the Solomons. So actually, Solomon, we started the business that founded around like 50 years ago in 1973. And Solomon has always been evolving in the factory automation industries. So as a start, we actually start with the power generation solutions in the markets. And a couple years later, we also jumping into the industrial control related equipments like the distribution for the Rockwell solution in Taiwan. And a couple decades later, we noticed that if we want to keep evolving and iterating in the industry, we definitely need to have some more new products. So in 2013, we started distributing like Universal Robotic to sell the robotic solution in different industries. And as long as we have the robotic arm ready, then definitely we might need to have an eye for it to identify the different objects, to let the robotic to pick up the things, so do different job accordingly. So we also created, designed our own soul scan that's a structural light 3D scanner for different applications. And as long as we have the robotic arm and the eye itself stand now, how about we give it a brain? So later on, we also have our own AI solutions that could allow the 3D scanner and also the robotic arm to do more comprehensive solution in the markets. And later on, as we know that the market, the application might encounter more challenge, that the Gen AI might also be a beneficial application that might bring benefit for our users. So right now, Solomon, we now have different branches and different partner or distributor, system integrator around the world, no matter from Taiwan, Asia, or from Europe, or Latin America, or even US as well. We all have different partners that could help the application deployment for different users and industries. So here's a quick glimpse, like couple company that we have been working with. For example, some semiconductor customers or manufacturing customer, or even some conventional customer that we have been worked with worldwide. Of course, not limited to this. So after a couple decades cooperating with this type of industries and companies, we know that there's a couple aspects that our customer will definitely look into when they are trying to involve some new solution or study new solutions. First, definitely that they want to do improvement of the quality or efficiency in their manufacturing or productions. And later on, once they have a better accuracy qualities, then the cost reduction will be definitely another topic that they will be thinking about. And among all of them, then the flexibility, how they could deploy the solution and change the line, change the production, change the SKU very quick and very easy. That will be another topic that they have to think about. And as we can see in the market right now, for most of the company that when they are about to adopt the AI solutions, the application or the usage that they might thinking about or use the most will still be the quality inspection. The next one will be control for enhancements. So you can see actually the quality inspection has already occupied more than 40% of all the AI usage. But for the user who want to adopt the AI visual inspection for different applications, that they will definitely encounter a couple of challenges. For example, over here you can see a couple examples. When they're about to get an image for the model training or do inspections, some of the object might be reflections, or some of the object might be transparent or semi-transparent. So for those objects, that will be very difficult for them to actually capture the image for them to train the model or really deploy the solutions. Or sometimes, different industry might have different inquiry. For example, in semiconductors, they might asking for a very high precision or accuracy in the inspection. Or for the speed, they might not have that high standards. But for the warehouse, for their logistic industry, they might need a very high transition rate, fast recognition rate. But for the accuracy, that they might not have the high standard as the semiconductors. And some other challenge will be something like when they are about to run difficulty, like different model or different application, different project in the factory floors. How could they run or how could they do different application at the same platform or run in the same floors? And also, when they're about to train a model, they might need to have a lot of samples, a lot of data sets to train a model, and that might take a lot of time to collect and trainings. And also, if they've done the model training, how could they really deploy that into the floor? For example, they definitely need to do integration with the PLC, with the systems. So the customization definitely will be another thing that will be pain for them. So Solomon actually have a platform, AI platform, that could really help the user to solve all the questions we have listed above. So first of all, our solution is like we have the flexibility to allow our user to do integration with different type of hardware. For example, you can see here, for different application, we could actually integrate with different type of camera to allow the user to do. For example, no matter 2D camera, like line scanning or area scan, and 3D, no matter it's a structural lighting or a laser scanner or even a ToF cameras that we have all integrated already. or even some specific use cases like the thermal camera that could also work for us because some of the customer might have some special inquiry or special application. So for what we have to do is we have integrated all these different kind of hardware for them. So whenever they have application or project, they could actually reach out to us and we help them to consult for the application and help them to do the project directly. So you can see that we actually have a one platform that could include all our product in it. So you can see there's a couple products we have listed over here. For example, the first will be the AccuPick, which is for the bin picking, allow the a robotic arm to pick and place different objects. The second will be Soul Motion, that will be a vision-guided robotics. And the third will be a Soul Vision, which is to use the deep learning AI for visual inspection to be used in productions or the different process. The next will be the Meta Yvie, which will enable our AI to integrate it with AR technology and work with different type of portable devices to do beyond the manufacturing. For example, we could also work in like surveillance check or to do like SOP validations. So later, I will introduce each type of product in more detail. And another big thing for the user is how they could use very easy to learn AI model. So we actually have compiled our solution into a couple models in our user platforms. So when they're about to train a model, they don't have to do any coding jobs. Actually, they only need to prepare very few samples for them to train the models. Also, an easy-to-use user interface will play an important part of it, because you can see that we have a drag-and-drop interface that our user doesn't have to know how to do coding jobs. They only need to drag and drop different tools in our platforms to compose different applications. So you can see, actually, Solomon, we have an AI platform that could integrate no matter different AI tool we have, or like different type of hardware, no matter it's a camera, robotic arm, cobot, or PLCs. For that integration, actually could achieve different type of application. For example, if we are working with robotic arm, we could do like random bin picking, pelletizing, or packing, or even more complicated use cases like welding, polishing, or glue things. And without the robotic, we could do, for example, the defect inspection or some character recognitions or like some pattern recognition as well. Also, as I mentioned, like counting, SOP validation will be definitely a lot of job we have been doing with a lot of customers. So as I mentioned, this will be the four main different type of product we are having today. So later, I will dig into each type of them and use a couple use cases to introduce them to you guys. So it will be easier for you to understand what actually that could be used for. So for AccuPick, as I mentioned, AccuPick is to be used in the random bin pickings. So as you can see that, we have already integrated with different type of robots, no matter it's an industrial one or a cobot. We have already integrated them into our platforms. So whenever a customer reaches out to us, no matter which branding of robot they are using, no matter it's from Europe, US, or from China, or from Asia branding, we have integrated already. And no matter what kind of camera they're using, and it depends on different application, we could suggest what type of camera might work the best for our customers. And when they've done the picking jobs, definitely they have to do integration with the systems. So the communication with the PLC is also integrated. So the job for integrating the whole project will be much easier for the customer to do that on our platforms. So here's a very quick use cases that could for everybody's reference. So you can see that there's a couple robotic arm been picking some stuff in the screen in the video over here. If you notice, there's a couple like blue boxes over there. So actually, this is a very famous luxury branding in the world. It's actually Swarovski. So if somebody, some of you that have ever bought Swarovski stuff, you know that their packaging is always looking the same. It's always a blue box, but just different sizes or different shape a bit, but still similar formations. So what we need to do for the customer is help them to identify different size of box, because for different size of box, they might contain different type of product, no matter it's a necklace, ring, or bracelets. So once we identify them, even there's only very minor difference in between, we could help them to pick it up the items, then help them to label the data, to put the label on it, recognize the barcode, and then put them into the coordinating bins. And here's another use case you can see here. Actually, the object we are picking up and placing is the pacifier. So pacifier actually is a transparent objects. For transparent object, the difficulty is how I could capture the very good quality of the image for the robotic arm to recognize to pick in places. So you can see, based on our AI and our 3D scanner, actually we could identify those pacifier very accurately and allow the robot to pick it up and place it properly. And here's another interesting cases. It's actually for medical customers in Europe. So the challenge here is they have a very large quantity of SKU. They actually have more than 500 SKU for us to do kitting job and packaging for them. So how can we identify and train the model to identify each type of items and pick it up and place that into each box for packaging? That will be a challenge for customer because they might change line or have different packaging every single day. So changing line or learning different object in very short minutes, that would be very important for the users. And here you can see another interesting case is actually we have two arms working at the same time. So as you may know that Solomon is also the partner with NVIDIA. So for this use case, we have integrated with ISAC manipulator Q motions, and the function we use inside is to work with our motion planning for the robots. Because sometimes for some logistic industry, they might require a lot of robots to working at the same time to pick and place different objects at the same time. So the challenge is for multiple arms working at the same time, there might be some potential risk that they might collision with each other. So with the motion planning function we have inside, that could actually help the robot to calculate the best path for them to move, to pick and place this object, and without any collisions. So after AccuPick, as I mentioned, that will be a point-to-point bin picking object applications. Then next will be our Soul Motion product. So Soul Motion is a vision-guided robotic solutions. To better introduce what Soul Motion could be used to, there's a use case over here. It's actually be used in automotive. So for automotive, what we are trying to do here is to do the glue dispensing. So as you may know, before we do the glue dispensing with the robotic arm, we need to have the car to be moving into the position. But the problem is, every time when they move the car in the position, they will never arrive at the same position always. There might be some shifting or a little bit rotation as well. So definitely we need to have a 3D scanner help us to scan to see if the car is any shifting or rotation after they arrived. So once they arrive, we have the 3D scanner to scan the car positions. Then we'll have the signal sent to the robotic arms. Then the robotic arm could do the compensate of the position. Then they will know the better path for them to do the glue dispensing. So you can see now the car is in the position right now, and we have the 3D scanner will be scanning the whole car. And after the scanning, you will see there's a multiple arm will working at the same time do glue dispensing under the car. So now you will see that the couple robotic arm, after they receive the coordination information, then they will start doing the dispensing under the car itself. So the next case is actually another comprehensive solution we have worked on. So we also integrated with the NVIDIA ISAC manipulators, but we also use the Q motion and foundation posing size. So actually, this is the case that we use vision to do inspection on an engine. As you know, engine, they actually need to do inspection on different component in different surface. So that means when operator do inspection like this, they need to change or rotate the object itself. But with a robotic arm, we could do it even more easily. So you can see that we have a camera on the robot. It's actually eye-in-hand applications. So when the camera capture the object and capture the engine, I will know the process and the position of the engine, and then my robotic arm could actually carry the camera to move in different position to check different component or different aspect of the engine to make sure there's no defect before we ship it to customers. So after introducing our 3D solution with AI with a robotic arm, the next will be our Soul Vision solutions. Soul Vision is a deep learning AI tool that could be used for visual inspection in manufacturing or in different process. So for our Soul Visions, actually we have many different tools to be used inside our platform. but of course not limited to these four. These four might be the couple main tools that our user might use the most in their daily job. For example, for classification, that they don't need to do much label, they need to assign the class, the type of each type of object to the object or the image they got. And then our AI could actually train the model and help them to distinguish different type of object easily. And for the next will be feature detection. For feature detection, we could use the bounding box to help the user to label the defect on the image so that they could easily label the data within very limited of time. And then the model train, it could help us to find some object or feature in the image. And sometimes, if we are looking for a solution or a tool that could help us to do a more accurate or precise inspection of defects, that we could consider to use the instrument segmentations, because that's more like a pixel level label and also inspections, which could achieve more precise and accurate result. And the next one will be the anomaly detection, because we all know that sometimes if some product just go into production or just launch, they might have difficulty to collect some sample for model trainings. So for the anomaly detection we use over here, we could actually use golden sample to train the model. After the model is trained, it could help us to distinguish the defective parts from the golden samples. So here's a use case in the semiconductor. Also similar to the semiconductor use case that NVIDIA just showed earlier. What we do is we will do inspection on the wafer surface to see if there's any like water ink or like crack or scratch or any other type of contamination on the surface of the wafer. So sometimes you can see that even the defect, the crack or the scratch is very minor or even difficult for human eye to recognize. We could still label those data, allow the model to train to do the recognizing. And the next will be the crack or some minor crack, micro crack inspection on the chips after the die-sol. So the difficulty inside is actually, you can see from the video over here, you can see that those micro crack is always on the edge, and so very small. And you can see also there is some pattern background on the back of the IC chip on the die itself. So sometimes the micro crack might be confused with the background, the layout itself. So how could we learn those micro cracks from the background and train the model? That will be the challenge inside of this kind of applications. And this is cases for OCR, what we call optical character recognitions. So you can see from the left image over here is actually the original image. The difficult inside is actually those characters, they are very vague. And also there is some problem of the deformation. But you can see that we can still separate each of them and still recognize what kind of words or number are they. And this case is, as I mentioned, that we have integrated with different type of hardware, like no matter 2D area scanner or light scanning. For this case, we use a light scan to scan the whole tray to check on the IC. So no matter the IC is missing on the lot or any flipping or stacking problem on each lot, we could detect that. Or we could also detect if there's any defect on each IC, or even there's some deco on the IC, we can recognize that, or even some barcode. We could also do the barcode reading as well. And here's another use case in the daily life, because a lot of people might wear contact lens today. So you can see in contact lens, there might be some crack or outer defect or inner defects, but also there are also some like bubble inside. So how can we distinguish between like bubble and also those defects will be a challenging part for these kind of cases. And this is in medical to do this kind of capsule clamshell inspections. So for this case, it's actually very complicated because those defects might happen in the clamshell itself and also could be in the back of the aluminum because there might be some break in the aluminums. Or the defect could also happen in the capsule itself. It's either like a missing capsule or like the powder leakage of the capsules. So you can see that we actually mix this different type of defect all in this project, all in this single model to do the detections. And another case also in the medical territory is actually of Yvie bag inspection. So you can see now there's a couple bubble inside, but under this kind of situation, we still need to do defect inspection like some particle inside the bags. You can see that under this situation, we can still learn the object, how does it look like, and distinguish that between the bubbles. So just like earlier, another sample we have shown, you can see this is also another eye-in-hand application we have a robot arm to carry a camera to move in different position to do an inspection on the server board itself. Because as you know, a server board could be very complicated. That we might have to do checking on the component missing, or any wire misconnecting, or any like switches on correctly or not. So in the past, there might be more than 100 checking points for operator to check. They might have to move the server board around. But today, with this kind of solution, we can have a robot arm to do it automatically. And as I mentioned earlier, some of our customers that they might have difficulty to collect some sample to do the model training for labeling for model training. So now, Solomon, we also have our Gen AI solution. How this Gen AI could be used is, in the past, most of the vendor or some other AI solution, they might need the customer to provide at least 50 to 100 images for each type of defect to train a model, or even more. But customer might have difficulty to do so. So today, our Gen AI could only allow a user, they could actually need only 1 or 2 defect images for each type of defect. Then, our Gen AI could help them to generate more image with defect. For example, later you will see a PCB cases over here, that no matter it's a burning on the PCB, or missing parts, or scratch, or any contamination on boards, we could let it generate defect accordingly. And as long as we collect enough sample for each type of defect, the customer could use this image to sort it out and then use those images to train the model. So you can see that with this kind of Gen AI solution inside, it will be a more comprehensive solution for our users, for them to deploy in the factory floor. So as a recap to the SolVision, actually we will say that SolVision have 3 different advantages for our user. First of all, it will be the user interface, because our user interface will be just drag and drop without any coding efforts, and that will be very easy for our user to hands-on. And the function-wise, as I mentioned, we only need very few samples for user to train the model, which means that they will only need less time for the model training as well. And after the model is trained, about to deploy, how they could integrate with different systems, with different solutions, that will be playing another important part for their jobs. So the last will be the Meta Yvie solutions. So compared to SolVision, SolVision is a deep learning AI solution we've been used in manufacturing or different process inspections. Meta Yvie actually will allow it to integrate with different type of portable devices. For example, you can see here that we could actually work with different AR glasses, smartphone, tablet, or even drone or AGV. So it could help us to do some job like validation of SOP or sampling check as well. So once our portable devices capture the image, we could send it to the server for our Meta Yvie engine to do inspection, and then send the result back to our portable devices to get the result for the user to recognize. After that, we could also allow the user to use our API to do integration with different systems for them to record down or store all the data they want. Of course, this is a couple applications that we could use for our user, but of course, not limited to this, but this couple one, this 6 one, is actually the most used application or function inside our solutions. Here, I will bring a couple use cases that will be easier for you guys to understand actually how Meta Yvie could be used. This case is actually an operator, she wear AR glasses to do inspection on the server boards. She's trying to check if there's any missing component on the server or not. If missing, they will show a red box, bounding box with an NG con on it. And once we finish the assembling, it will give us a green light to go to the next one. And another interesting case is actually, for this case, we work with a drone. We use drone to capture image on the wind turbine to check if any crack or defect on the wind turbine itself, because this will be a very big issue if there's some crack on the wind turbine. So you can see that we could actually monitor the wind turbine easily with our Meta Yvie solutions. Another use case will be in the chemical tank injection solutions, because when the chemical tank truck, when they arrive in the factory site, they will have a lot of safety issues that they have to consider. For example, they have to put a slipper over here at the car, at the tire, to make sure the car is not moving. Sometimes, if they use the operator to check this, they might miss or forgot to do so. Or they also have to do the ground wire for the connections, because it's a safety issue for a lot of factories. Or even they could also monitor some of the lighting system or the push buttons as well. So for this kind of solution, as I mentioned, working with different type of camera, even we could use the IP camera to integrate with the Meta Yvie solution to monitor in different side of the factory floor to easily for the user to monitor the whole different positions. Another interesting case here is actually engine inspections. You can see from the left side over here in the past, they might need at least 2 people to do inspection on the engine. And for them, they might take at least 8 minutes to check each engines. But now, integrating with our Meta Yvie solutions, after they locate the engine and the position, it only takes them around 50 seconds to use our Meta Yvie to do inspection on different surface or different checking point on the engine. And we could also integrate with a UI for the customer to use. After confirmation, they could just proceed that to the next steps. And this case is actually very interesting as well, because we are not doing inspection on the server board itself. Instead, we are monitoring the operator efficiency, because their manager want to know like which of them is actually doing the best job. So it will record the video and identify like how much time each operator is spending on assembling each server boards. So they could rank out like which operator in the factory side is actually outstanding performance and who will be the bottom 10s. And another case is the operator that he needs to go around in the factory floor to check different electric panels. For example, you can see that he actually wears air glasses, and the air glasses could also be using VOM to do command control. So you can see once he recognizes those electric panels, it could help us to know if there's any wire being misplacement, misconnected, or any switches being misconnected as well. So through this kind of process, the operator could easier hands-on the process about checking this kind of panels. So the learning curve of this kind of operation will be much shorter than in the past. And another interesting case will be a monitoring for the airplane in the airports. So you can see that because for most of the airline that they will be charged by the airport for the time they stay in the airports. So the time for example, the plane stays or the cargo truck or the food truck stay in the place will actually play a very important job for them. So how they could use our Meta Yvie to detect, to identify each type of car in the plane and try to calculate how much time they spend in the floor, that will be important for them to understand the working efficiencies. And the last case over here is actually an assembling case. You can see that in the past, a lot of people use a lot of operators to do this kind of assembling job for packaging before they're shipping the product out to the customer side. And we use the IP camera to mount it on top of the conveyor. And after the box passes through, the operator will put each different object inside the box. And we can recognize it immediately and then make sure that there's no missing item before we ship to the customer side. So actually, that Solomon solution could be used in different industry, in different applications very easily. We could deploy the solution very fast with very limited samples. So like, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James Chen. We appreciate your enlightening speech. Thank you very much. Now we will shift our focus to how AI-powered edge computing is reshaping industrial digital transformation by enabling real-time data processing and smart decision-making. To guide us through this impactful topic, we are honored to welcome a renowned expert in AI and industrial technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the Associate Vice President of Advantech, Mr. Magic Pao.
Hello, everyone. My name is Magic Pao. I respond for the edge server in Advantech. It's really great to talk after NVIDIA and Solomon. You know, NVIDIA provides computing SDK for the most of AI applications, and Solomon provides a solution and also like kind of the application for most of the usage. But who provided computing for this kind of application? Advantech is an edge computing provider for those applications. So today I would like to share some point about the edge AI, because we already talk edge AI for several years. And how's the status of edge AI right now? That's the first point I want to share. Second point is that Advantech is an edge computing provider for AI. And what's our offering to provide this? And what's the major technology trend that we can catch for next level. And third thing that I want to share is about how do we scale the business? Because Edge AI right now seems like it's very potential business for next level, but lots of people work on that. If it's a good business or not, we need to have that kind of scaling model in order to have Edge AI business become true, right? So first thing I want to share, I tagged a speech that Dr. Li Kai-fu early of this year, probably in March. I think you can also find the YouTube for his speech. He shares three key messages I also want to deliver to you. The first thing is that he said that for AI intelligence grows 30% every year. In our history, especially for technology history, we never see this kind of things happen before. So it must cause lots of tremendous change for whole industry, for sure, right? Second thing is about the cost of AI implementation. It dropped every year about 10 to 20 times. They use the token per dollar to measure this. So when you see, especially for AI inference, the cost drops so lot, that means like for next level of AI implementation, the overall cost will drop to very low. So we can make things happen based on this assumption. The third thing is about the large language model. Through this year's deep learning just launched in early of this year, so we can see it become the open source for the large language model. So that means like anybody can download a large language and fine-tune by yourself. So where you have a cost from that kind of the fine-tuning large language model, you probably not, right? But when you do that, implement in your life, so it's make the Edge AI become possible to you lower down overall cost of your Edge AI implementations. So I think the three key messages delivered by the Li Kai-fu, I think it's very important. Because when we talk about Edge AI, previously, the cost is very important factor that we cannot really drive the Edge AI happen in the field. Think about this. When you spend lots of money to develop the software program based on this, when you just deploy 300 units in the field, you amortize overall cost of your software programming. So how much cost you will spend in your implementation? It's a very lot. But when the LLM, VLM, this kind of cost drop a lot, so it become possible that you can do that by your own self. So we got more and more cases, especially for the enterprise customers. They can develop their own Edge AI with LLM by themselves. That's a key point. But second point I want to highlight is about technology happen. If you look back about the past years for the Edge AI computing, in 2019, at that time, the computing power compared to right now in 2024, 2025, it's about 142 times. Based on the same form factor, same cost, same thermal package in one box. So if you look at, look forward for next couple of years, the computing power will be much higher than compared to current status. So computing power is here. The programming software cost is here. So that means like there are two major drivers cost Edge AI happen in next couple of years. So at Advantech, we also foresee the kind of things happen and also foresee the business trend up in the next couple of years. So we want to provide a comprehensive solution based on this. So here, I want to share you three key highlights based on Advantech solution. The first one is NVIDIA solution based on NVIDIA chip, Jetson platform. So I will let you know that how comprehensive the solution portfolio that we can provide. Second thing is about LLM at the edge. We know LLM at the edge right now is possible. So that means like we see a small company like 5 to 10 engineers, they can develop by themselves and also improve the process by themselves. So we need to provide this kind of offline large language models computing system to them, and then can develop by yourself. And even all of you can develop by yourself if you got a small box by yourself. The third one is I so-called how do we scale in that? How do we scale in the business? We need to provide a kind of package together with our partners. As an eco-partner solution provider, so we need to combine and integrate all of them to reduce that UO development time. So in this slide, I want to show you that it's based on NVIDIA adjacent platform by different types of adjacent module performance. So from the left-hand side to right-hand side, you can see the performance of each module from the 34 TOPS to up to the 2,000 of TOPS of the modules. NVIDIA already provided. And at the same time, Advantech also provided relevant system based on different vertical market applications. So it can easily to use and adopt. So it's even more like, it's not like, 100 power rail if you want to adopt this kind of system in the field. Because if you consider power rail up to thousands of watts, it's quite challenging. But if you just have 100, 200 watts, it becomes possible that you can have a fanless solution. You can use a radicalized solution. And also at the same time, it's a long life, revision control, so it's easy for you to adopt in your field. I also want to highlight this. It's a solar platform from NVIDIA Adjacent, and NVIDIA will launch this platform in July this year. Probably that you also hear Jensen's speech early yesterday. He also mentioned about the next level of edge AI is physical AI. So the robotic need to have use lots of computing power at the edge. So up to 2,000 of computing power. Based on this, Advantech also provide two systems we just launched and also have a global #1 live demo in our booth. If you go to the whole one in Advantech booth, you can also see that. We support this 2,000 of the TOPS of the solar platform. We built two kinds of systems. One is for LLM at the edge. Another one is also for the robotic, this kind of development, and also enterprise of certification ready. So not only about system, but also you can connect different sensors. You can connect different cameras based on the sensor bridge. Also the switchboard that you can immediately transfer your data through the system and have this kind of data high throughput solutions. Just like I mentioned, we see more and more that kind of enterprise customer want to tech LLM by themselves. So how to develop your offline on-premise LLM by yourself? You need to have that kind of system. But you need to think about this. How many tokens you want to have? How many concurrent users you want to have? You want to develop by yourself? Yes, we can give you the data based on this. So from 100 TOPS to 3,000 TOPS, we provide a comprehensive solution. I think so far in the most of vendors, Advantech is the only one can provide it free from the edge to the server size or computing powers, different levels of segmentations. So based on different computing power, based on different model size, here is the data I can show you. No matter you take DeepSeek of model, no matter you take Llama, this kind of open source of a large language model, you can have different major numbers. You can evaluate by yourself to see that if you want to develop by yourself, you can have a solution here. And regarding the physical AI we talked today, it's not only about the inference, it's not only about training. It becomes to the three system models. So you have training, you have inference, but at the same time, you also need to have a simulation systems. So Advantech also provided kind of three system model to support your physical AI launched in the field. So we could provide the edge box for inference here. I just introduced. We also provide a sky rack. You can see in our booth, it's kind of the whole rack, not only GPU, but also equipped like a switch, network, storage, that kind of things to support you to do the full line of training purpose. But we also provide more like an edge solution, but it can do a simulation by yourself. Why simulation is so important? Because when you want to do the physical AI, that means you need to simulate first before you adopt. I also talked to lots of industrial customers, and they say that, okay, robotics should be the next wave, But how many years we need to take to make it ramp up? It still takes time. It still takes time. At least 3 or 5 years we need to have. So that means like during the time period that we need to have a simulation first. We simulate different scenarios based on NVIDIA Cosmos, this kind of SDK, so we can use that. When everything is done, we can implement in the field. Here, I also want to share you about the whole line of different level of AI. Just like I said, we have perception AI, we have Edge AI camera. You can just tag, because it integrates with lens, camera, and also computing inside. We have an edge server. You can have this kind of connection through your also data input. And also, we have generative AI computing solutions, lightweight of LLM or domain-specific LLM systems. So you can develop by yourself. And also, we can have agentic AI solutions based on NVIDIA IGX Array and also MGX servers. I especially want to highlight this kind of agentic AI solutions because right now, we see more and more enterprise developing their own agentic AI. But when you want to do that by yourself, you need to have an industrial certified solution. It's easier for you when you adopt this. You want to implement this no matter in transportation, industrial factory, smart space, this kind of field. That is easier for you to adopt this kind of solution, directly implement this, and with all the certification ready. And of course, regarding the physical AI, no matter it's like humanoid AMR or like traditional AMR, you can use this to do your horsepower of computing at the edge. No sensor connection issue, no thermal issue that we already adopt. Also do all the integration for you. Okay, so I will spend a few slides to talk about how we say that we want to scaling this. When we want to say scaling this, that means like we need to reduce most of the development time for Edge AI. Right now, if you want to develop a certain application based on like factory automation, smart space, that means like you need to do your programming, you need to integrate all the sensors by yourself. But at Advantech, we want to co-work with our eco partners, and we try to build up this kind that we call a solution pilot. Solution pilot means like we integrate all the sensors, we integrate all the SDK, we even do the example application based on this to show you that if you want to do that, okay, I can give you the idea, I can give you the structure, I can give you the software example. That kind of things is easier for you to adopt. And when we said that, it's not just like a solution package. It's more like a solution service. When I say the solution service, that means we provide at least 4 elements for this. First one, just like I said, video to show you how to use that. Second thing, the structure based on white paper. Third thing, that SOP, you can easily to install that. The last one is our example application software. You can do that by yourself. You can change this, modify this by yourself. That's our intention to scaling the overall business based on the Edge AI solutions. So it's kind of a concept, right? So based on this idea, we come out 4 solution pilots. The first one we so-called Edge Agent. Okay, it's kind of the drag and drop solution. I will show you later. And also AI robot. If you want to build your AMR, it's quite complex. You need to connect with different sensors, 2D camera, 3D camera, 2D LiDAR, 3D LiDAR, also like Ethernet, that kind of protocols. But we provide kind of the SDK and also the development kit. It's easier for you to just adopt it. You can make it happen. AI surveillance is AI's VR solution that is a mobile solution, but you can monitor certain regions for your factory, for your smart spaces. AI industrial solution, we call it IGS Array. It's kind of the solution ready and also certified ready for most of enterprise applications. Let me give you some detail. Edge agent solutions, you can see here, we provide not just an edge box, we also integrate most of the sensor inside. You can just plug in the image data, video data, and then you can pull in the video source, different video models, also large language models, and you can implement this. Let me show you the graphic later. And the second one is about AMR, Nova Orin AMR solutions. Okay. And the third one is NVR. The last one is HoloScan, just like I introduced. So we give that kind of integration solutions as a package. The interesting is that all of these are free for download. So I will show you the download sites later. You can just download. You can use that by yourself. When I say the integration means like, okay, we have this kind of topology diagram. We integrate cameras, sensors, USB cameras, and also some alarm message systems, management software inside. So you can easily to have this kind of drag and drop the solution. Also very user-friendly GUI. You can see where you have. You can drag in the workflow and also have a VLM model adoption. You can have a local pipeline. So even though that you are not really a professional AI engineer, but you can also, based on this, to develop your own AI solutions. Here's another example based on this. We do that in the factory side. In the past, we need to have probably like 3 months to develop this kind of program to support the edge AI in factory. But right now, based on this, we probably like just spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We can make it happen. So for our engineers, it's easier for them to fine-tune the model in this system, edge agents. This one is another we so-called Nova Orin solution for the AMR. AMR is quite complex, just like I said. So we implement this also integrates with different sensors. So here, show you all the sensors we integrate. We have computing, we have LiDAR, we have different perceptive solutions from the NVIDIA side. We also have different sensors for 2D and 3D cameras. So it's kind of develop a kit for you to implement your AMR solutions. So when I say that kind of solution pilot, if you look at it horizontal like this way, but if you look at the vertical way that which vertical market that you can adopt, and also application you can have. We have some example here, like dress check, like door status detection, smoke and fire detection, forbidden zone. Based on this, you can develop by yourself. For this AMR solution, you can have a navigation, optical avoidance, and so factory patrols. And also AI and VR, you can have your asset management and also production optimization. The last one, but least, you can also see is proactive safety checking, anomaly detection. You can develop by yourself based on this of solution pilots. Okay, I want to take this as my last slide of my presentation. In the past 1 year, we have more than 1,000 of the use cases worldwide. We co-work with lots of partners based on list of solution pilot. We make lots of use cases. So I can say right now is a good timing to start your edge AI business, to start your edge AI application. So we will foresee in next 2 or 3 years, it's even 20%, 30% of common growth rate will be happen for the edge AI whole industry. That's my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Magic Pal, for the fascinating presentation. Finally, we shift our focus to rethinking premium individual mobility for the next 100 years. To provide us with visionary insights into how personal transportation will evolve over the next century, we are privileged to have the manager of future mobility of Pan-German Motors, Mr. Chang, with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a cordial welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean from Pan-German Motors. We are the official importer of BMW and Mini in Taiwan. And it's my honor today to be here to share with you how BMW, how we think about the premium individual mobility will look like in the next 100 years. And when I was thinking about this topic, I was thinking about, are we talking about the cars in the next 100 years? And this car came into my mind. So people my age might know what this car is. This is actually the DeLorean time machine in the movie Back to the Future. But if you look at the car nowadays and the car over here, you might think that hey, there's a long way to go. But I think we're on the right track to this. And human beings, we have been through 4 major and critical industrial and or technical revolutions during the past decades. And we are actually experienced the 5th one, the artificial intelligence, the AI. And I think this is the main thing of the InnoVEX and the Computex of this year. And I think this is also what brings Jensen Huang to Taiwan. Yeah. So, and the automobile industry and the automobile itself, we also evolve with these critical also involved with these critical transitions. And yeah, so here's my favorite example of the transition in individual mobility. So this is Fifth Avenue in New York back in 1900s. You can see that the streets were full of horse-drawn carriages, but if you look at closer, there is one automobile with internal combustion engine here. There's already one. But soon after, 13 years later, the same Fifth Avenue in New York, you can see that the street is now full of internal combustion engine automobile. However, there is still only one horse-drawn carriage left. So we are, this happened 100 years ago. And we are actually experiencing another transition in mobility right now. So you, me, us, we are lucky enough that we can experience this transition in individual mobility in person. And BMW, as a premium leader in worldwide, we do have our own vision for the mobility of the future. And please allow me to take the next 20 minutes. I'll show you how our vision is for the mobility of the future. There are 4 main focuses of our strategy. The first one will be electrifications. The second one will be technology. And the third one is a little bit soft. It's sustainability. And the fourth one, last but not least, is the brand. I'll start with the electrifications. So here's a vintage car, right? So many of you might not know that BMW, actually, we have started the development of electric vehicle quite a while ago. So back in 1972, we roll out this full electric model, the BMW 1602E. It's a full electric model, and it works as the 1972 Olympic Games. It's the game shuttles and the support vehicles. The max range is only 60 kilometers, and the max speed is only 100 kilometers per hour. If you look at these stats, and you look at the electric vehicle today, you think these stats are just absurd. But this car really laid a very good foundation, a solid foundation for our electric vehicle development. Thanks to the solid foundation by the 1602E, we roll out the sub-brand, the BMW I, the sub-brand under BMW, the BMW I in 2011. And soon after, in 2013, we roll out the groundbreaking electric model i3. And soon after, we keep on strengthening our product offerings in electric vehicles. Soon after the iX release in 2021, we roll out more and more electric vehicle models in different segments to meet the various demands from our customers. And we'll not satisfy with just this. Soon, starting from the end of this year, we'll have electric vehicles with the latest battery technology hitting the market. And our target is we'll achieve 50% global sales target. BEV will account for more than 50% of our global sales by 2030. And BMW Group, we have done quite a successful achievement during the past 5 years. In 2024, we have delivered more than 420,000 BEV, battery electric vehicles, to the customers. It's the historical high, and we are leading the way among our premium OEMs in the worldwide. And if you look at the penetration rate of BMW BEV, So we accounted more than 10% of the penetration, BEV penetration in most of the major markets in the world. And if we look at our own market, the Taiwan market, the growth has been more substantial compared to the worldwide level. So we sold more than 6,000 battery electric vehicles to the customers in Taiwan last year. This is also another historical high. And many of you might not know that in Taiwan, the BEV penetration rate is already quite high. Last year, it's almost 10%. So it's like 1 vehicle sold out of 10 last year was battery electric vehicles. And if you look at the premium segment, the penetration rate is even higher. So it's almost 25% last year, which means 1 out of 4 premium cars sold last year was a BEV. So we are, because for the more than 6,000 units, we are the leading brand of premium brands in Taiwan in terms of battery electric vehicles sales. And we are doing better than the market. Our BEV penetration rate is 32.1%, so that's quite substantial for a traditional OEM like BMW. So when talking about electric vehicles, how can we leave the battery behind? We'll soon roll out the latest generation of battery technology, the Gen 6 battery. We'll change the design to cylindrical, and we'll provide 30% more range compared to the current generations, and the charging speed will be 30% faster, and the vehicle efficiency will be 20% more. And what's more important, it will reduce the CO2 emission by 50% across the whole value chain. And other than battery electric vehicles, we also think that hydrogen fuel cell technology has the potential to be another option in our group's future drive system portfolio. We have already deployed a pilot fleet around in selected cities worldwide to test the everyday usability of FCEV. And our target is to start the serial production of fuel cell electric vehicles in 2028. And the next focus will be the technology. So this is an old picture showing you how the production line of BMW looks like back in the 1950s. And this is the latest setup of a BMW production line in Germany, and we call it the BMW AI factory. You might wonder, it doesn't look too much of a difference compared to the previous slides, just that the human workers now becomes robotic arms, right? But there are actually more than meets the eyes. We don't do this on our own. We work with the best, we work with the leading tech players in the industry in different domains to make our BMW AI factory more digital. For example, we collaborate with NVIDIA in the virtualizations of planning of our new plants and the new production lines so that the workers, they can simulate the operation of different equipments instead of being on site in person. And another example that we work with the human robotic AI company, the Figure, and we have deployed some humanoid robots in our Spartanburg facility to see the feasibility of putting the robots in the production line. And all these collaborations wanted to make our BMW AI factory more digital and more efficient. And many of you might not have seen this diagram before. This shows you what's under the metal shell of a car. So you can see that the red wirings looks like the blood vessel of our human body. These are the wiring harness interlinks with hundreds of thousands of ECUs that control every single function of your cars. So you can see that it takes lots of ECU and lots of wirings to keep a modern vehicle moving. So this is the current setup. This is the current design of automobile nowadays. But this will be revolutionized soon. BMW, we will be the first to launch this completely and newly developed digital nervous system across all the drivetrains. So unlike the previous slide, what's showed in the previous slides, we don't need that much wiring. We don't need that many ECUs anymore. In the digital nervous system, we have 4 super brands that control the 4 fundamental functions of the car. For example, the Corp brand controls the body and comfort function of a car. For example, the vehicle axis and the air conditioning system of your car. And the brand of panoramic iDrive, it's controlled the infotainment system. And the brand of automated driving is dedicated for the autonomous driving features of the car. And the most important is the heart of joy. It controls the driving dynamics of the car. So all these 4 super brands combined provides 20% faster computing power compared to the current generation vehicles. And because it requires less wiring, 600 meter less wiring, so that it can reduce the weight of the car by up to 30%. So let me do a quick survey. How many of you drive to work every day? No? Okay, only one. So all the others, you take a subway or... So have you ever think about how often do you interact with your car while driving? Like adjusting the temperature of your air conditioner or just adjusting the volume of the sound system. Actually, there are more functions you can control than you can imagine. BMW, we have noticed quite early. So back in the 2001, we launched the first generation of iDrive. We try to simplify the operation in car for our customers. So with fewer buttons and all the controls can be done via the knob in the center console. And after 20 years of evolving, the iDrive is now in the 9th generation with the BMW operating system 9. It's building on AOSP, and it has more connected features and more infotainment systems. So we have accumulated more than 20 years of experience in developing the industry-leading in-car experience. And very soon, the first ever BMW panoramic iDrive with the latest BMW operating system X will hit the market. This will revolutionize the vehicle operation once again. For example, with the BMW 3D head-up display and the new design multifunction steering wheel, we stick to the philosophy of BMW that we keep the eyes on the road and we keep the hands on the steering wheel. And the bigger central display right now contains the new, the refined UI of the BMW operating system X, more intuitive, more user-friendly. And the most interesting part, most special part of the panoramic iDrive is this panoramic vision. It's basically a giant head-up display located under the windshield, the lower part of the windshield. And since it's big enough, so it can show basically most of the necessary driving information on it. With the BMW OS operating system X, we provide intuitive operation, more personalizations, and it will hit the market in end of 2025 in the new BMW models. Next is also another hot topic of the automobile industry, the autonomous driving. So this is also a feature that the people will prioritize when they are deciding which car to buy. And the picture here shows you the ultimate level of autonomous driving at level 5. So you can see that the passengers in this car, the drivers hands off the steering wheel, and the passengers in the car can sit back and relax, enjoying the atmosphere in car, just like sitting in your living room. Just this is a moving one. So we are almost there yet, pretty soon, I believe. So BMW, we opened up this autonomous driving campus near Munich in Germany to dedicate in developing the autonomous driving features. And 5 years later, we spent more than 300 million euros to launch this test track for autonomous driving and parking features in Czech Republic. So basically, all the new autonomous driving feature will be field tested here before rolling out to the customers. And we have done some really good achievement in the level 2 plus and level 3 driving features. For example, our level 2 plus driving feature, we call it the highway assistance. We are the first automakers to be approved for the hands-free driving up to 130 kilometers. And we are the first one to offering the active lane change features. And for the level 3 automated driving, we can do hands-free, eyes-off driving on highway to selected models in selected markets while driving up to 60 kilometers per hour. We also have a strategic cooperation with Qualcomm and Valeo because we want to ensure the core of our autonomous driving features is safety and robustness. And I think video will better explain the features, the driving features, than I can do. So yeah, please enjoy the video. 好像没有声音嘞。Yeah, this is basically showing you the level 2 plus driving. Sorry, technical issue.
Their attention away from the road. This allows for secondary in-vehicle activities, such as editing emails or enjoying video streaming. The level 3 feature is particularly well suited for commuting purposes. During traffic jams on motorways with structurally separated carriageways, the system can take over the driving task, up to speeds of 60 kilometers per hour. The feature is currently available in Germany in the new BMW 7 Series. BMW also offers a partially automated driving system with the BMW Highway Assistant. This system is suitable for long-distance drives, where the driver remains responsible and focused on the road, but can benefit from a more relaxed driving experience. The level 2 function can operate at speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour on motorways with structurally separated carriageways, allowing the drivers to enjoy a more comfortable driving and take the hands off the steering wheel for a longer period. This function is available in the USA, Canada, and Germany.
Okay, quite impressive incident. Okay, the next one. We are living in a connected world right now, so basically everything is connected. The air conditioner in your house, the washing machine, the refrigerator, everything is connected. We want to connect everything to the internet, and so does BMW. We want to connect your car to the internet because we believe doing so will open up more opportunities for our customers. Yeah, we have the largest connected fleet in the world. We have more than 23 million connected vehicles, BMW vehicles in the world. And these vehicles are sending in 12 billion requests every day to our backend system. And right now, upgrading the software of your vehicle is just like upgrading the iOS of your iPhone. So with our remote software upgrade features, we have rolled out more than 120 upgrades so far. And upgrading your car is as fast as upgrading your iPhone. It takes only less than 20 minutes. And BMW, we have our own online store. This store allows our customer to customize their vehicles features according to their needs. So just like installing apps on your mobile phone, customer now gets to purchase the service he wants for their vehicles. You can upgrade your vehicle online 24 hours a day, no matter where you're at. And the service will be activated immediately right after the purchase. And right now, we have 15 available services for different customers to purchase for different models. And we can probably say that we offer the best vehicle app among our competitors. Our My BMW app is the best link between our customer and their BMWs. My BMW now works as the virtual gateway to access the vehicles. So basically, a lot of feature can be done through the My BMW app. For example, you can check the vehicle status. You can operate the parking assistant features through My BMW app. And right now, we have more than 14 million active users worldwide. We have 3.6 million active users every day. And 87% of the vehicles sold worldwide in 2023 were connected to My BMW app. So you can tell that our customers really love this app. And we are the first brand to roll out the digital key to our customers. So right now, you don't need to bring your physical key with you. Your smartphone is the key of your car. You don't have to take it out from your pocket. You just walk towards the car, and the car will lock or unlock automatically. And what's the best part is you can also share the digital key with your family members or your friends. as long as they have a suitable phone, compatible phone. You can share the digital key to your family members and friends so they can use your cars. We just want to make sure our customer, they have all the convenience while using their cars. Okay, let me quickly recap our digital strategies. We want to provide the ultimate user experiences through the seamless user interface, the iDrive, and we want to ensure the car is fully updatable. And we want to ensure the drivers, our customer, are perfectly assisted, where with our first-class driving assistance, we have more than 40 driving assistant features. And we have to ensure that the cars is always connected. We have a smooth integration through My BMW app and digital key, and we will keep on rolling out more intelligent services to our customers. Okay, the next topic will be the sustainability. So more and more companies right now shift their focus to sustainability, and so do we. But how do we do it? How do we do it? We're doing it through a holistic approach. We believe our future is circular, and circular economy is the key focus of the product development of BMW Group. But how do we achieve these concepts? Actually, there are 4 approaches. The first one is we think about how our approach, how can we be more sustainable when we design the product and when we produce the products. And recycle means how do we keep all the resource in the BMW ecosystem. And reuse, we want to extend the value and the use cases of our products. And reduce, we want to use as little resources as possible when we develop or produce our cars, but we're getting more in the same time. And here are some examples how we realize these concepts. For example, we started using parts made from the recycled fishing nets to our production cars. So this is a revolution in the car industry. And also, the alloy wheels are made of up to 100% secondary aluminum and with 100% green power. And do you know how difficult it is if you want to scrap a car that you don't want to use anymore? We have approximately 2,800 collection points worldwide for the recycling the end-of-life cycle vehicles. And we have the ability to recover more than 90% of the high-voltage storage system, raw material so they can use for our next production for the batteries. We also use this concept on our production. For example, in our Leipzig plant, it's powered by the wind energy and the hydrogen. And also our plant in St. Louis Potosi, it's powered by a CO2-free electric energy from solar panels. And Frank Weber, it's our board member of development. He once said that there is no premium without sustainability. And it's our mission to create a truly green BMW. And the next and the last focus of our strategy is brand. This is a little bit abstract, but on the other hand, it's very emotional focus. We have a very strong and emotional and human brand core. We use a very simple German words, the Freud, to be our the theme of our brand. The Freud actually means joy in English. It's simple and at the same time so much more than joy. It's freedom and self-actualizations and covering the little moments and the big ones in life. I know it still sounds very vague, but no problem. I have prepared a video here for you to show you how the Freud means. I believe you will understand what Freud means after this video. So this is basically an old father, because he's too old, he needs to return his driver's license to the authorities.
I want to have my driving license. Thanks. Dad, do you want to drive?
All right. Okay, now you're going to go left, so look in the mirror. Okay. Ow! What are you doing here?
Ready to get back?
Yeah, Freud forever. That's Freud. That's what Freud stands for. So yeah, we want to be the the emotional premium car brand, ensuring the driving pleasure for our future generations. And let's quickly wrap up the fourth strategy of our future of individual mobility. We will keep on focusing on electrifications, and we'll developing more newer battery systems. And for technology, we'll set the benchmark for the software-defined vehicles. And we'll focus on digitalizations and the vehicle connectivities. And we will keep on developing more intuitive user interface, the iDrive. And we will roll out more industry-leading autonomous driving features. And for sustainability, circular economy, we will be our top priority. And Freud will be our long-standing brand theme. And the picture here shows you the BMW Neue Klasse. It's a brand new battery electric vehicle platform and the design concept. And it incorporates all the four focuses strategy I just briefed. For example, like the Gen 6 battery systems, the digital nervous system, and the panoramic iDrive with the BMW operating system X. And this, the series production of the Neue Klasse, or of this platform, will kick off in the late 2025. So by end of this year, you will see the production model, which will be the BMW iX3, and will not stop here. We'll have more than 40 new or revised model based on the Neue Klasse, followed by 2027. So I would like to use one sentence to wrap up my section today. We make individual mobility more human, intelligent, and responsible, creating an inspiring future for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look forward to the future of individual mobility by BMW. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chang, for the insightful presentation. Let's all look forward to the future of individual mobility. Now we will soon be moving on to our next session, Innovating for the Future, AI, Customer-Centricity, and Beyond. The next session will begin in around 10 minutes, very soon at 3 p.m. So we invite all of you to stay close to the venue as the discussions will be very exciting, followed by a panel session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the venue at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the center stage of InnoVEX 2025. We will now begin our second session, Innovating for the Future, AI, Customer-Centricity, and Beyond. In this session, we will explore how AI and customer-centric strategies are driving innovation across industries. Our distinguished speakers will share the insights into the latest trends and innovations shaping the future of technology. First up, we have the honor to invite the Senior Research Vice President at TrendForce Corp, Ms. Avril for the first speech. She's here to talk about how innovation is shaping the future of AI and customer-centric solutions. Her session is topic, Unlocking the Future, Leading the Path of Innovation in the AI Era. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Avril in TrendForce. I'm the vice president here. TrendForce, just allow me a little bit of time to talk about TrendForce. It is a company that has established more than 20 years, and we have been covering memory semiconductor research for a very long time. Naturally, we also have AWS and Qualcomm in our coverage. Today, I'm very excited to talk about innovation with you. You might think innovation is just for big names, including Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, and it is too complicated for the rest of us. But actually, through this event, you are going to understand that innovation isn't just some big mystery. Today, we will see how companies like AWS and Qualcomm like innovation part of their daily work. And you will see that innovation can be pretty simple as well. AWS has a very cool idea called the two-pizza thing. That means that the thing should be small enough that two pizzas can feed them. Smaller things can talk and decide things faster, moving quickly like a new company. So at this point, we understand that innovation can come from very small and quick things. Size doesn't really matter. And AWS also believe in a day one attitude. This means that always having the excitement of a brand new company, trying new things and not be scared to make mistakes and learn from them. Now let's look at Qualcomm. This company makes chips, we all know that, and they work hard on new technology. But they also look outside their company. They invest in new, small companies to find fresh ideas. Qualcomm also plans way ahead, thinking the new technologies for the next 10 years, including very well-known 5G, 6G, chips for cars, and AI. Their innovation is all about looking into the future. Of course, the worst thing is to innovate, only to innovate, if it doesn't really help people to address customers' need. AWS, on the top of the page that I show here, AWS has a very smart way to avoid this, called working backwards. By saying working backward, first of all, they write a fake dummy press release announcing a product that is a big success. And then they figure out what they need to do today in order to make that vision happen. This makes sure that the innovation starts with what customer really needs. Qualcomm connects its innovation to industry rules, helping creating global standards like 5G. This way, their new ideas don't just stay inside their company. They help the whole industry and more customers. So at the end, what AWS and Qualcomm show us is that innovation is all around us and comes in many types. It can be about small things. It can stay excited, like it's day one mentality, and also to try new things, like at AWS. Or it can be about working on your main technology while also working with others and planning for the future, like at Qualcomm. The most important thing is that all innovation should connect to what customers need and what the business wants to achieve long term. Whether it is fake news announcement or a 10-year plan, the main goal is to create something valuable and make the customer say that, wow, that really fixed my problem. At the end, I hope that this small talk has given you some ideas so we can all plant a seed for information in our own jobs. I want to thank you for paying attention to the very small opening section that I have. And now we are going to welcome Yvie from Qualcomm with the topic of development at Qualcomm and also lead of ecosystem development program in APAC. The topic of that is driving innovation in the AI era. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avril. I think you speak much better than what I'm going to share. Lots of inspiring sharing. Can you bring up my slide? Okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is Yvie Tai. I'm the Director of Business Development and also lead of our ecosystem development programs in APAC. So I want to thank you, Taitra, for inviting me to join this event and have the privilege to share the stage with Chris from the AWS. Okay, so I think Avril shared where we are, but I still want to share more about us. So we are US corporated, founded by several university professors in California about 40 years ago. And at that time, our founders' vision is to drive the innovation to provide quality communication technology to the world. So that's how our company name, Qualcomm, quality communication, come from. And in the past 14 years, we are still committed to the mission about keep providing the leading edge connectivity technology like 5G and 6G. But also, as the industry goal, we are actually keeping providing technology to drive the world about how to connect, compute, and communicate. So you may see in the past 2 decades, we are powering the mobile revolution from the feature phone to smartphone and redefine the connected processing for the IoT products. And also now we are committed to enabling the intelligent computing everywhere. Okay, so as you might know, we are started from the communication technology. So lots of phone on your hand actually empowered by our chipset of the communication like 5G technology. But actually, in addition to mobile phone, we have provided lots of different product segments, including phone, Copilot plus PC. I think this week our CEO is in Taiwan and deliver a keynote sharing a lot of AI innovation on the AI PC era. And also we providing lots of different product segments, including the hearable, wearable, VR, AR, and automotive. And also, we are working very closely with the industrial partners, especially in Taiwan, about industrial IoT and edge computing and robotics. So we are supporting the ecosystem and industrial by a broad range of our product portfolio with best-in-class connectivity as our core, and also high-performance, low-power computing processors, and which can run very good performance on-device AI. So I think we have to all agree. If in the past past decade, smartphone revolution is a key for the technology involved, I think this decade, AI definitely is a very important revolution we are seeing in every sectors. And what we are seeing is for the real, in the future, hybrid AI is a very key for the AI use case commercialization to happen in the coming years. And the reason is, of course, for the training, you should still perform on the cloud. But for the inference, to run everything on the cloud will actually sometimes it may be more costly or more energy efficient from the cost energy efficient consideration. We are seeing lots of AI is now bringing to the edge device. So we are seeing the edge AI is changing the world. Not only in the headset, in the automotive, in the PCs, in SR, industrial IoT, and lots of IoT devices. And as I shared, we are seeing edge AI is a very important trend in the coming, happening now, not only because of the cost or energy consideration, but also for lots of industries, we are seeing for the data privacy consideration, people might want some of the data to be processed on the edge device, especially, for example, in the healthcare, in the smart manufacturing use case. And also, in some of the use case, more immediate, low latency response are required. For example, like automotive or robotics. For this use case, the on-device AI and intelligence on the device are actually driving lots of interest and demand. And for us, we think Qualcomm could be a very good industrial partner on this AI era, not only because of, as shared, our R&D investment in the AI technology, and also broad range of a product portfolio across the different product sectors. But most of the important thing is we know it's so important to work with ecosystem partners globally to scale and to implement these different innovative use case. So we were working with industrial partners like AWS, also our very important partners. And also we know for every generation of a technology involvement, entrepreneurs are the most important driving power for the new use case, new revolution. So I'm part of our global ecosystem development team, and our team run ecosystem development programs in very different countries around the world. I'm leading our program in Taiwan and also APAC. So in our team, we run the startup incubation programs globally and in the APAC region. And in the past few years, we have a support around 260 startups globally by 2024. But if include this year's startup, I think we already support more than 300 startups. And I always want to share very proudly for the staff we are supporting. Actually, 25% of them are led by female co-founders or CSOs. So we're really happy to see and be able to support very diversified entrepreneurs through our program. Okay. So people are asking, so how do you support the staff? What's your staff incubation program? So let me share. So of course, in the different region, we have a different focus. But overall, the program structure is like each year, we will identify some potential companies from the region. And we invite them to enter a 6-month incubation period. And during the incubation, we work very closely with this staff by providing them technical support, business coaching and mentorship, and also IP, intellectual properties are a very key area which we really like to encourage the staff to plan ahead of time. So we're providing them IP training, and also if they file patents during our incubation program, we're actually providing them patent filing incentive. And then by end of the program, we will host a demo day to invite investor, industrial partner to learn how this startup has been grown through our incubation program. And most important, post the program, we continue supporting this startup to the global stage. We bring them to participate lots of global expo or some public event, give them some speakership. And also, we do lots of business matchmaking, not only connect them to our Taiwan partners and also our regional office across the board, and also our global customers. And also, we continue to support this startup for the commercialization. So let me share you one of the example of the startup at what they demo at a demo day after our 6 months in incubation.
You can imagine, in 550, you will be an agent. It will tell you that what time to do what things. Sometimes you will connect to the internet. You will download the API from the cloud. But sometimes you can actually give the command on the local side. Let's give a look about the demo. Later on, you can also go to the location. Today we are going to use Qualcomm A550 chip with Pegatron RDK to do the demonstration. We will talk with the avatar to place the order. Let's give it a try. What kind of menu you have today? You can see that we use an LLM model to do the voice recognition and call a function, display the available menu item in POS. What would you recommend for today?
Katsu ramen.
So he selected tonkotsu ramen for our selection today. Can I place the order?
Sure you'd like to order this item?
Yes, please place the order. Yes, please place the order. Sometimes because of background noise, so
yeah,
the first time
I
you
think the
didn't
area something
listen
like
to the
this,
command.
very noisy environment.
So you can see we receive the order. You can see the confirmation of the order. It's finished. The machine will start preparing the food. And also, the machine will automate select the product item to show the video to introduce the product. Let's take a look.
Okay, so Yokai Express is a very innovative startup trying to revitalize the automotive restaurant. And you also might see the name very familiar because at the entrance of the center stage, you see a big bubble tea automotive vending machine that is also powered by Yokai Express. So we support the team in our last year program with a prototype, and they move forward to commercialize this product with their latest machine. So I got special treat for the participant. If you use your phone to take a snapshot of this screen, the 10 audience can show this screen and get free bubble tea later after the event. Oh, did you get a chance to take a photo? Okay, let me go back. Just if you want to, after the event, if you want to get some free bubble tea by the automotive vending machine, you can take a photo of this. Okay, so for the Taiwan program, it's called Qualcomm Innovating Taiwan Challenge. So we're very privileged to be able to launch the program since 2019. And this is our 7th year of the program. And you can see we are supporting the startup in Taiwan across very diversified industries, including agri-tech, space tech, lots of retail, enterprise software, and also lots of health tech and biotech. So around 70 Taiwan staff are supported through this program, and also very proudly to share, they have collectively filed over 470 patents globally. And let me share some of the examples about the staff we are supporting. So this page shows some of the staff who actually post the incubation program, they move forward to commercial launch the products based on our platform across different industries. You can see we have supported Redefining, who is working on their voice AI software company. But post-program, they decided to move on to commercial launch hearing aid powered by Qualcomm BT Audio chipset with the on-device voice AI. So we are also supporting lots of like robotics and drone companies. And in addition to this company who are actually launch a hardware device powered by Qualcomm, we support over 70% of the staff we support in Taiwan are software company, especially working on the AI software across different product sectors, including the mental health, automotive, smart manufacturing, and retail analytics. So we're very proud to be able to support these staff through our program. And in addition to the startup incubation program, we actually want to support the developer ecosystem more actively. And right now, internally, our CEO always tells us to think about developer-first mindset. So we actually launched a Qualcomm AI Hub. It's a free online AI hub that we provide over 150 AI models that have been optimized on Qualcomm platforms. And we are working with the ecosystem partners like AWS to provide a more complete tool chain to allow developers to be easier to develop the AI models on our platform. For example, if a developer wants to bring their own data to train an AI model for our platform, actually they can work with the AWS on like SageMaker tool and generate optimized AI model that can be deployed on Qualcomm platforms. So to conclude, we are working very actively with the ecosystem partners, from the corporates to the startup, and trying to drive the AI innovation in this new era. And I look forward to potential collaboration and dialogue with the team here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yvie Tai, for the enlightening presentation. Coming next, let's welcome the General Manager of GCR Partners and Startups at Amazon Web Services, Mr. Chris Sull. He'll be sharing insights on where innovation begins. We start with the customers and work backwards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Avril and Yvie. So great sharing from Avril around our culture on innovation. And indeed, my topic is going to talk about innovation, where innovation begins inside Amazon, right? So we actually, the same statement, we start with customer and work backwards. Not much talking about technology, but really talking about the innovation principle. I'm Chris. I manage the partner and also startup ecosystem across Greater China in AWS. And thank you for coming again. So I want to start with our mission. So our mission is to be the Earth's most customer-centric company. So this mission is extremely broad, right? So difficult to achieve. Probably, take us 100 years to achieve this mission. That actually provide us, the clear direction for long-term growth, long-term direction, how we develop the company going forward. So there's a statement, actually we have a shareholder letter every year produced by our CEO, previously by Jeff Bezos, nowadays by Andy Jassy, right? So back to 2016, there's a shareholder letter talking about customer-centricity. So the statement is talking about, customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. So customers always demand, lower price, faster delivery, more choice, right? You guys are customer and your desires are unlimited, right? So, which is great, right? Even probably you are happy for now and our business is great, and probably you don't know something yet for now, and it is good if we focus to delight our customer. And that provides us an unlimited innovation source, right? That is the foundation about our practice, right? That is a shareholder letter produced by 2016, and Jeff Bezos always demand internally we should focus on customer. And Avril talked about day one. We actually named our headquarters building in Seattle as a day one. So that remind every one of us to remain day one mindset, right? So we treat AWS in Amazon as a whole, even more, we have more than 1 million employees. We should act like a startup, right? So this is our practice internally. So with the customer centricity, we always focus on new innovation. That actually helps us to develop quite a lot of business unit, product category, focus on customer. We initially start with the Amazon.com, the e-commerce service, now still running promising across the more than 10 countries. Back to 2006, the current CEO, Andy Jassy, brought a small team, about 50-something people, to start AWS business, right? So at that time, we built up the foundation of what is called cloud. At that time, no one talked about cloud computing at that time. We initiated this idea because we understand, there's a digital era around the market, and there's a lot of demand from the cloud computing area. So we have a device, we have like Kindle, probably some of you guys own a Kindle. We have a Alexa Plus, for example. We have a streaming content. We have some of the consumer market across the United States as well. So lots of them. Inside each business unit, each product category, we are still innovating really fast, right? So that is our practice, again, focus on customer and delight our customer. So this is the flywheel inside Amazon. Jeff Bezos wrote this chart, the flywheel engine in the early stage when he found Amazon. We focus on customer. That actually helps us to grow, right? As long as customer experience is good, there's a growth engine for us, right? With that, we build up the flywheel. So if customer experience is good, we can attract more traffic to our platform, right? With more traffic, we can attract more seller to our platform. With more seller, we have more selection for our customer. That produce another customer, but better customer experience through our Amazon.com, right? So that's just, we kicking off the customer focus. We really kick off this flywheel for the business. So because of the growth, at the same time, we can drive more lower cost structure. That lower cost structure, allows us to lower our cost for our customer. Right? So that is even help us to accelerate the entire flywheel engine for our growth. Right? So this is again, start with the customer, focus on how we can delight them, and at the end of the day, we can drive our growth engine for the business. So nowadays, I think we basically structure our innovation practice in these 4 pillars, starting from culture, mechanism, architecture, and organization. Right? Culture is pretty much, we talk about day one, we focus on customer, because customer demand is unlimited, right? So that is our core principle. We focus on culture. Culture is even, bigger than any technology, right? Any, operation process. If you got a good culture inside your organization, that is important, right? Inside Amazon, we always ask our employee to invent. It's best place to failure. For example, this is, sorry, I clicked something wrong. Okay. Can we pull back the slide? Some technical problem, yeah, just a second. Yep, so 4 pillars again. Is it working here? Okay, it backs. Okay. Okay, anyway, the screen is dim now. So the 4 pillars, again, culture, mechanism, right? Mechanism is really talking about how we can enable everyone inside the organization to innovate. Right, so Avril talked about PRFAQ. That is a basic mechanism we put in place. Right, it's very cheap way to enable everyone to innovate. So everyone, start with press release and FAQ approach. Across the organization, in every minute, probably there's thousands of PR FAQs circling inside the organization. So basically, we leverage this way to empower everyone inside the organization. If you got an idea, write it down, use PR FAQ approach to express your idea, and then circulate around the team and get executive sponsor and so on, so that we can really support some of the really promising idea to start to innovate. Right? So that is the mechanism we put in place. Architecture is talking about cloud computing, what AWS actually step into the place to support lower cost, experimentation, leverage the cloud, spin up the cloud resources to start to try out something. If that fails, that's fine, right? Fail fast and fail cheap. If that getting started with some business traction, you can scale, leverage AWS resources to scale your business to global, right? That is the architect design we put in place. And organization, again, two-piece team. We actually really write on small team to experiment something new. So once that product ramp up, then we expand the team, right? But as long as you build that environment, you own it, you operate it going forward. That is the practice we put in place. So talking a little bit more about the leadership principle. So we start with customer obsession, right? We focus on customer, right? That is actually against our core principle. We put all this core leadership principle inside our DNA in our daily operation. So we hire people based on how we leverage the leadership principle to evaluate this candidate. If this candidate is customer obsession, if this candidate has ownership, for example, that is our practice. We validate our employee on annual appraisal. We validate our employee throughout promotion, throughout this leadership principle. So it is in our daily operation, inside our DNA. So we encourage customer obsession. We encourage people to invent and simplify. So we ask and support our staff to learn and be curious, right? We ask them to insist on a really high standard. So this is our practice, right? And think big, earn trust, and dive deep as well. So that principle actually across every day of our innovation. Again, if you focus on customer and invent and simplify, basically you can do every idea based on your need. And company is going to support you, right? If you fail, that's fine, right? We support failure inside our organization. So talking about innovation, there's today's theme is talking about innovation. So one leadership principle is called invent and simplify, right? So we ask leaders to innovate across the organization and look around all possible ways to innovate, right? So, and also as we do new things, we accept that we may be misunderstood for a long period of time, right? That is our fundamental principle about invent and simplify. So one thing being misunderstood was AWS, right? Back to 2016, the small team to get started business, was being challenged by lots of people, challenged by Wall Street, right? So why Amazon.com as an online bookseller to step into enterprise IT, invest quite a lot of money, while we were at that time, we barely break even because we're selling very low margin product through our online store. So, but we still insist to make it, right? So time flies with 18, 19 years. AWS now generate 108 billion business, leading the cloud computing and AI area across the world. Still, we are still growing very fast, right? 19% year-over-year growth back to last year. And through our platform, we support millions of customers nowadays. Another principle is called bias for action, right? So we encourage every staff to act fast, right? Act quick. So we take one principle called one-way, two-way door, right? So one-way door is irreversible. Basically, it's one-way decision. It's not going to turn around, right? Two-way door, basically, you have the way to come back. If you fail, that's fine. There's another door you can exit. So one-way door could be, giving example, could be investing a Taiwan region in Taiwan, for example, right? So that is millions or up to $1 billion decision. We need to make a one-way decision. So we need to have a deep analysis, make that concrete decision. two-way door. Basically, if you launch a new product or features, or even launch a new app to try out specific market, that's fine, right? So as long as we have like 70% of the confidence or information, pretty much the company asks you to do so, rather than wait for 90, 100% of the confidence. So that is the principle. We ask every employee to, act fast as well. So architecture, again, AWS come into the place. We have, 240 type of service breadth and depth cloud platform across cloud computing, AI service to support, all type of innovation. Again, it's very low cost to get started, right? So rapid scale for iteration, right? That is the practice we put in place. So I think that's the basic innovation culture I share, right? So it could be a day-long topic. I can talk really in depth, but now moving to a more startup topic with time constraint. So startup, right? So nowadays we support quite a lot of startups. 80% of them are running on unicorn are running on AWS. So many of them, right? Airbnb, Uber, Netflix, and we understand quite a lot of startups, experience quite a lot of challenge, including product development, new technology adoption, right? You need to keep your costs low. You need to have a reliable and scalable platform. You need to go to global. You need to make sure you have enough funding to support your operation. So we understand that. We provide tools, program, and go-to-market support. With time constraint, I'm not really deep into every one of them, but I would very encourage you to sign up the AWS Activate program, right? So this is we provide the AWS Cloud Platform credit with technical support, business coaching to really help you to get started, get through all the challenge throughout the journey. Okay, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chris Saul, for the thought-provoking presentation. Please return to your seats for now, as we will now begin preparation for our coming panel discussion. For the panel discussion, we are very honored to have our three distinguished speakers back on stage again. The topic will be about, again, AI customer-centricity and the future of innovation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause and welcome back our moderator, Miss Avril, as well as our two speakers, Miss Yvie Tai and Mr. Chris Saul. Welcome. So now let's hand our event to Miss Avril.
Hello. I use yours. Thank you so much. Hi. All right. I learned a lot from your sections. Thank you very much. And we have many questions to cover, so let's dive right in. The first question is that how does two companies, AWS and Qualcomm, foster a culture that supports innovation within their respective organizations and encourage employees to recognize and to realize their entrepreneur potential? Can we start from Yvie, please?
Okay, thank you. I also learned a lot from the Chris sharing. So I think one of the special things is, although we are a 40 years company, and our founder have retired, but our founder, Erwin Jacob, he still sometimes join our all hands meeting. And I still remember in the previous all hands meeting he joined, he shared that when the media asked him what is the most proud thing he want to mention about Qualcomm, he shared that the most proud thing he think about the company is even with that time is 30-something years, he still feel Qualcomm is like a startup. And that's actually what I feel. So right before our session, we had some pre-meeting, and I share I've been with Qualcomm for 18 years in Taiwan. I still feel like every day lots of activity and the mindset from the team members in Taiwan and globally. We are still acting like a startup, very agile. And as I shared, we are moving from the mobile, the communication, modem, smartphone, IoT, automotive, keep moving. And on the Monday, our CEO was here in his keynote. In the last slide he shared, he unveiled that we are entering the data center as our next step of diversification. So I think it's crucial. It's about the company culture. And all the leadership that keep encouraging us try to be more agile and embrace new product, new fusion, a new roadmap. So I would say that's just I think it's a cultural improvement, all the things.
Yeah, definitely. I think from the presentation that you two make, it's not only the innovation that we talk about, but also leadership. Leadership drives the innovation. So it's an interesting concept that we learn different ones and then implement in our daily jobs. How about Chris? Do you have anything that you add on that?
Yeah, so basically I'm going to recap what I just said, right? So, yeah, the company is Amazon as a whole, start from Jeff Bezos in the early days, is extremely supportive for innovation, right? So innovation comes with failure, right? Failure and innovation are kind of the twins; they cannot separate at all. That is our basic principle. We embrace all this kind of practice, encourage everyone to innovate. So again, right, we call it day one culture inside the organization, make sure everyone still remain agile, remain innovative, look around the corner, see what specific things we can innovate on behalf of customer. And having said that, I think Amazon is very supportive. And we also, picture quite good value proposition about our growth and innovation for the market as well. So that I think for this year, the company is committed to invest 100 billion on investment overall, right? So majority goes to AWS infrastructure, AI area, quite a lot of innovation across all the areas. So one particular example I can share, based on the customer obsession or based on customer experience and work was the Amazon Go store in US, right? So I'm not sure you guys visit the Amazon Go store in state or not, right? So it's grab and go store, right? So there's no checkout line. So the basic principle is the thing about the customer problem is really pick a thing with supermarket, you pick an item and you need to wait for like 10 minutes to check out, right? So that's painful. So with that ping pong, we start to innovate. We think about all the possibility to make a no checkout convenience store experience, right? That is one thing we try a lot, right? We use RFID technology at the beginning. Later on, computer vision come in place, right? With quite a lot of training to identify what kind of item you pick. Then you walk out, right? So we can charge to your account immediately after that. So that is an experiment process, but technology come to the later stage. We really start with the customer experience, right? Think about no light checkout experience first, and then find a solution, try to experiment it, invest on that, and make it happen. So that is the innovation practice we really put in place.
Yeah, that is a beautiful example because I went there many years ago to try this Amazon Go. I think the only downside is that it makes spending money is really easy. So I always buy too much at that store. Yeah. Moving on to the second question, how do both companies ensure that their internal spirit of innovation aligns with the company's long-term goals and further benefit your customers? We can take turns. Chris, you go first this time.
Sure. Yeah, I mentioned about PRFAQ. You mentioned as well, right? So PRFAQ is press release and frequent asked questions, right? So we start with one page of press release. That press release is basically a customer statement. Allow customer to read it. So, for example, Amazon is going to launch Amazon Go, for example. To address particular waiting line problem, what's the customer experience look like through that process? Right before we really write up this PR FAQ, there's a 5 questions we need to ask everyone, right? So who is the customer? So what is their pain point or business opportunity? So where you found this pain point, right? And what's the critical customer's benefit? What's the customer experience look like? So we need to address all these questions before we really start with the PR FAQ. And then, put that experience in the document, make it as a one-pager for easy reading, right? There's no technical detail inside this press release, but of course, there's quite a lot of more detail, investment detail on the FAQ documentation. But that press release actually, drive us to focus on customer, right? Again, our long-term vision is really focused on customer, and as long as we again, customer demand will be unlimited, right? So as long as we focus on them, we will be success, right? That is our basic mental model. So with that principle, with all the questions we ask, we put into the customer context in document, that actually drive our internal employee. First of all, start to innovate in a very cheap way because it's just a document, right? So to iterate the idea first. Second thing is they need to really align our basic principle to focus on customer.
Start from real customer need at the end and then move backwards. How about?
Yeah, I think what Chris shared about the customer first is definitely a very important mindset. And from Qualcomm, I think we're always thinking about how we can keep innovate technology to enable human progress, what technology can help on us and also on the industries. Take an example, I think as we enter the AI era, now from our internal leadership and all to the product development teams, our CEO is now sharing the very important mindset called developer first. Because in this AI era, it's most important is how to develop platform, solution, tool chain that can enable the developers to be able to work with us more easily and very diversified use case in the AI era. So I think listen to the customers and keep trying to build a technology that can support the most important the trend of the next few years. Always the mindset we are keep reminding ourselves in the company.
Thank you for that. And since you just mentioned that we are entering this AI era, what advice does Qualcomm have for startups on mastering key technology and what kind of support that you offer? I think you kind of touch upon that, but maybe brief a little bit briefing on that again.
Thank you. So I think we are providing the fundamental. We providing chipset and with a software, hardware architecture that can help the staff and the developers to be easier to develop products across a different segment more easily. But also we see a need to have a more focused program, the staff incubation program, to deeply engage the staff. We see a long-term partnership and also can help us to be able to expand to some new markets. So that's why we launched the staff incubation program globally by providing the technical support, business coaching, and the business matchmaking, and also IP training to foster the innovation in the region and connect them to globally. So one way we are trying to keep develop products, SDK to be easily work with a broad range of developers and the staff. And the other way, we have a focus program to provide a very close support and bring them to our ecosystem partners.
Yeah. We were chatting a little bit in the rest room, in the area, and then I appreciate that the company is offering young talents more opportunity. And also, as a female, I think the company is offering females more, because you kind of mentioned that like a percentage of that is
25%. Yeah.
I'm pretty proud of that. I think we all need that kind of balance in the industry. And extending on that, how AWS extending its internal it's basically the same question, collaborating with startups, incubator, and the broader industry ecosystem. How does it strike a balance between internal innovation and external collaboration to truly empower startups?
Yeah, so I think it's difficult to decouple internal and external, right? Because AWS definitely is a cloud computing platform and supporting all type of customer range from startup, corporate, enterprise, government departments to innovate, right? Maybe a quick question. I'm not sure how many of you guys are startups or intend to found a startup. Can you raise your hand? Anyone intend to be startup world? Anyone? Okay. So maybe a little bit shy anyway, but if you got an idea to start some idea, it's easy to get started, right? There's quite a lot of accelerator in the market. Qualcomm, they do have a startup nurturing program. AWS, we do have a AWS Activate program as well, right? So that program provides access to the cloud computing environment with very low cost, right? So that is easy to really start to experiment some idea. And I think, the cloud platform, with low entry point, government, they have quite a lot of funding to really support the startup to innovate. I think inside AWS, I think we keep innovating, right? But on one hand, we use within our own. On the other hand, we definitely support our customer to leverage our platform to innovate. One platform, our Gen AI stack platform, there's a couple layers we build across, right? So there's a 3 layer. One underlying layer is all about infrastructure, GPUs. You can leverage AWS to access the latest NVIDIA GPU. If you got an idea to train foundation model, right? To build up some core competence about large language model, for example. So the middle layer we put in place is the Amazon Bedrock platform. So that platform allows you to access all the leading large language model available in the market, including our own. We have the Amazon Nova model. So we have Anthropic, SONET, that is really promising high performance advanced reasoning and coding capabilities. So there's a DeepSeek, for example, very promising on advanced reasoning. You can, through our platform, to access a proprietary private DeepSeek environment. You have able to access Llama 4 expert model through our platform. All are pay as you go, right? So you got an idea, you're trying to experiment that. So on the upper layer, there's a Amazon Q for developer, right? So if you got a developer want to experiment something, accelerate the coding, so that too is extremely user-friendly, right? To support you, there's a kind of a coding companion to support you to accelerate development. So inside Amazon, we use that to transform all the legacy application. So we have more than 10,000 legacy Java applications. We use Amazon Q and transform to Java 11 latest version within a year. So that helps us to save more than 200 million annual operating costs. So that is something, right? Internally, we use it. We use that kind of tools. Externally, we make it as a product and service to support our customer to innovate as well.
So I think it kind of answered my next question. How are the two companies leveraging technologies like AI, 5G, and HPC to strengthen their business capabilities and competitiveness? Yeah, so you kind of touched upon that already, right? How about Yvie?
Yeah, I think as I shared, I think definitely connectivity like 5G is still very our core technology, and we see this kind of good quality connectivity actually can empower the hybrid AI future, because good connectivity connect between the servers and also the on-device device can actually provide flexibility for the AI tasks to be well managed between the cloud and also the edge AI. So how we actually actually, I want to share back with Avril about, although this is a program to support the staff, but we also think we learned a lot from the staff by running these incubation programs. And on this hybrid AI era, we are providing a fundamental technology platforms that can help the staff to adapt, and we believe these support can help them to be able to scale more quickly. But also working with these staff also help us to envision the new, in the different industries, the new need and the problems and how our technology can help on these different industries. For example, in the healthcare, we are not in the healthcare industries, but we provide in the edge AI fundamental technology, and the entrepreneurs, they envision some issues or problems to solve in the healthcare, and they adapt our solution and to enforce innovation to help on the industry. So I think definitely it is a win-win to work with external innovators and staff, and also while we are continuing to improve our performance and platforms to help the industries.
And also learn from them. Right. Okay. It comes to the last question that we have. How does both company? So there is a thing called QITC, right? And then how do two company leveraging innovation mechanisms such as competitions like QITC accelerators or any program to like promote real-world technology adoption and to strengthen connections within Taiwan ICT ecosystem? Maybe elaborate a little bit on the QITC first.
QITC is actually Qualcomm Innovate in Taiwan Challenge. Is the staff incubation program I introduced earlier. So I think how it works and also how it actually works very closely with ICT ecosystem in Taiwan is we incubate especially a lot of AI software companies through our program, and we connect them to our Taiwan ecosystem partners. For example, like a lot of the Advantech, Pegatron, lots of our direct customers who are developing the physical device with on-device AI capability. And working closely with these AI software companies, we incubate and provide a total solution to very different sectors like retail, healthcare. I think this way, we are actually also helping the more closer collaboration between the Taiwan industries and also the new young talents innovation.
Mm-hmm.
So we also launched the Joint Innovation Center in Taiwan. So basically the JIC, Joint Innovation Center, collaborate with all the government institutions and also enterprise corporates, to make it as an ecosystem to support our startup to get started, right? So that is the practice we really put in place for Taiwan. We combine with our activation program, with our business coaching. We have an enterprise connection matching program. And we also have, if that startup getting some traction with the local market, if they want to expand to global, we have another program called Passport, right? Global Passport program. You can leverage this passport to travel around, right? So that is the program we put in place to support some leading startups, right on AWS partner network, global marketplace, to reach our million of customer base and cross around the world. Right? That is something we put in place.
Thank you for those two global scale companies helping the Taiwanese talents to grow. So I appreciate the help. And I think because of the time consideration, we have to wrap this up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our three amazing speakers. But now let's please remain on stage for a little bit more because we'll have a group photo right now. All right. I'd like to invite the three of you to stand up and let's take a look to the camera. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, let's have a thumbs up. For another, group photo. Thank you very much. Please look towards the camera again. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, thank you again to Miss Avril, Miss Yvie, and Mr. Chris for the amazing keynote speeches and panel discussion. Coming next, we will be very soon having our next session, which is titled AI Beyond Boundaries, Redefining the Future Blueprint of Streaming Media and Digital Entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is beginning very soon in 1 minute. 1 minute. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to InnoVEX 2025 Center Stage. I'm your host for today. My name is Anita. Coming next, our segment topic would be AI Beyond Boundaries, Redefining the Future Blueprint of Streaming Media and Digital Entertainment. For this segment, we will explore how AI is reshaping the future of streaming media and digital entertainment by pushing the boundaries of content creation and personalization. AI is transforming the way we experience entertainment. Let's hear from the experts driving the change. For our first keynote speech, it is our honor to have the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Taiwan Creative Content Agency, TAICA, Ms. Zhang Wenying, who will share how Taiwan is advancing its creative content industry in the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Zhang Wenying. Welcome. Thank you for coming to InnoVEX 2025.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alice from TAICA, the Taiwan Creative Content Agency. My background is in technology and now focus on integrating technology with cultural content. And it's wonderful to be here again at InnoVEX and highlighting the ongoing development of the cultural tech. And today, I'll talk about how AI is empowering the cultural content industry and exploring the emerging trend and strategy opportunity. So let's start with how Taiwan is advancing in AI. According to Tortoise Media's Global AI Index 2024, there are several rankings shown on the slide. Okay. So I say again. According to the Tortoise Media Global AI Index 2024, there are several rankings shown on the slide, but one I'd like to highlight is the infrastructure, where Taiwan ranks fourth globally, thanks to the strong semiconductor industry. I would like to say, building on these strengths, AI is playing a key role in enhancing cultural tech and accelerating the experience economy. And let's look at the global impact. AI is transforming media and entertainment. In 2024, the AI market in media reached nearly 26 billion US dollars, and it projects to grow to almost 100 billion by 2030. So I would like to say AI is reshaping content creation, enhancing experiences, and expanding creative content ecosystem. As shown in the slide, you can see there are three aspects of influence: quantity, quality, and ecosystem. And next, I would like to give you 4 examples using these 3 aspects. The first one, AI speeds up the content creation. There is a company called the Staircase Studio. They use the AI to produce the film that is The Woman with Red Hair. By leveraging AI, they made film faster and at a lower cost, keeping budget under 500,000, greatly reducing time and resources compared to the traditional Hollywood production. Let's watch the show video. You will know that.
Talent-driven approach to the use of AI tools by combining the work of high-level Hollywood professionals with experienced AI artists.
Hoot meets his mistress every Wednesday at 2 o'clock. He is never late, and it's the only time he's without...
From using it for auditions...
Things we should never disagree on is what is right and what is wrong. But one thing we should never disagree on is what is right.
To experimenting with different formats and styles.
I'm Johanna Schafte, President, and the Gemma Society is looking for women like you.
AI has seamless...
Okay, so that's AI do, what AI do. And next example, AI personalized experiences. We call it AI Van Gogh, virtual Van Gogh. And it was developed by a company called Jambon Mana and the Orsay Museum in French. At the end of the exhibition, visitors meet digital Van Gogh on screen and can talk to him in real time. And they ask a deep question like, what did you cut your ear? Or what's your favorite painting? And so on. And this experience became very popular, attracting over 7,000 visitors a day. So the AI was trained on more than 900 letters written by Van Gogh. It shows how AI can bring history to life, and not just by recreating faces, but also capturing the emotion and personality. So let's see how it works.
You say you couldn't make it to Paris to take in the latest Van Gogh show? Not to worry. Seth Doan can tell us all about it.
With bold colors and dramatic brushstrokes, Vincent van Gogh, that tortured genius, has traditionally expressed himself through his art. But now there's also his avatar.
Van Gogh, what is your greatest inspiration?
My greatest inspiration, without a doubt, is nature.
He's a tad monotone, but is equipped with a wealth of knowledge.
It is in nature that I find comfort.
Artificial intelligence combs select biographies and the artist's own writings, 900 letters, covering art, relationships, and his struggles with mental health.
As you can see, the interface is quite simple. It's a digital screen.
Okay, the third one is an example come from the Taiwanese new media art team. We call it Dimension Plus, which developed the AI street fighting game. A player can engage real-time text-to-image combat with street culture using a gaming console. The technology behind the game is based on Midjourney and Gen AI image generation tool, and combined with data training, machine learning, and the use of gigabytes AI PCs. Integrated with the fighting game and console concept. And the last one is, I think this is very important because it have pros and cons. Here's a controversial case. We call it Pirate Queen. This film made by Malaysia and Singapore is the first film with all visual made by AI. It saves cost, but also causes debate with the faces, lip-sync issue, and look-alike characters. This case highlights both the advantages and caution of using AI in film. Here's a short clip. You can see the detail of the faces of the person. Okay, now let's get back to Taika, my company. Taika supports the cultural content industry by talent development, startup accelerator, and investment and global market expansion. We focus on the industry of audiovisual, animation, music, fashion, performing art, publishing, and cultural tech. And together with this efforts, we also see broader advantages and growing opportunities here in Taiwan. Taiwan is proud of, we have the cultural diversity and creative freedom, and we also have advanced technology and expert, and also complete industry chain. So I think with deeper integration and more investment, industry in Taiwan can take advantage of business opportunity worldwide. So I would like to promote our policy for investment. Taika is managing 10 billion NT dollars from National Development Fund and further leveraging diverse private sector capital. And we are more than happy to receive your proposals. With both public and private investment, industries should scale up. And due to the limited time, I don't promote our annual event. It's the biggest cultural tech expo in Taiwan. Please follow us. And last one, I think AI in close. AI isn't just a tool for creation. It's changing how we tell story, reach audiences, and grow new markets. And in the end, it all depends on how we choose to use it, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zhang Wenying, for the insightful presentation and introduction. Coming next, our topic would be AI Solution Specialist at Google Cloud with our speaker, Mr. Ben Lee. Ben will delve into how AI is reshaping the audiovisual industry worldwide. With innovations in content creation and personalization, Google AI is revolutionizing how entertainment is created and consumed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Ben Lee.
All right, thanks everyone to join me. My name is Ben. I work at Google Cloud for the AI specialist. Today, I'm going to tell you about what AI can really help the media and entertainment industry in very different ways, right? So, there are some numbers on the screen. How many people feel that this is enough time for you to grab some media, to watch the Netflix, watch YouTube? Statistics shows 60% of time when we wake up, 60% of time when you wake up are consuming media. But there's not enough room for you to squeeze. So you can imagine that people feel that all the time they have spare watching media. This is number one. The second is the major company invest a lot. They invest $166 billion to produce some movie, some video clips. That gives us a very challenge because on local, we don't have that much money to invest. But still, our content need to compete with those giant companies' contents. The third one is, actually, there are too many contents for us to consume. There are 2.7 million contents right now on internet or somewhere else. But that doesn't include the user-generated content. It's all developed by some big giant media company, but already 2.7 million. And the fourth one is actually, even with this competition industry, the 40% of the CIO in those media companies feel after 10 years, if they don't do anything change, they might fail. The company might close. So that gives us a very simple message. Number one, we don't have much time. We don't have much time to do the media consumption. The second, it's very competitive. We need to compete with the big company. How can our local company do with that? The third one is actually the consumer doesn't feel that they've been listened. They don't understand what kind of content they can choose. So something needs to be changed. This is the Google research for the cross different industry. There are 5 trends. Number one is the multimodal AI, which means that right now, I think most of the people are using AI to chat with that. But multimodal AI means that you are not only going to chat with the AI, but you can send a video clip. You can talk to the AI. So how can AI understand that? Because this is the multimodal AI, the number one trend. The second one is the AI agent. I think in 2025, no one will never heard of AI agent. AI agent is the trend that you build a little bit piece of robot, and with all the robot, they help you to conquer something. So the number 2 trend is AI agent. The third one is the assistant search. In Google, for sure, we are built by Google Search. But for this one, the assistant search doesn't mean that we are going to use the keyword search, but more like how can a search engine understanding as a person, the way I feel, as the way I see, as the way I heard, so they can be more personalized. And lead to the number 4 trend is that the AI-powered customer experience. So this trend, at this point, it means that you will feel that the best AI will not let you know this is the AI. The best experience the customer can engage with the AI assistant is that the customer doesn't know that they are dealing with the AI. So this is the 4th trend. And the number 5 is the security. For sure, good people use AI, bad people also use AI. So how can AI help to secure not only for the data, but also the media the AI created? So that's the 5 chains. But in the media and entertainment industry, what is the opportunity AI created? So on the screen, you will see that probably you can recognize this, building, this Sphere in Las Vegas. Last month, Google Cloud have an event over there, and we created a AI, powered by AI film called Wizard of Oz. Actually, it's the 1930s black and white film. And we use our AI technology to model like this. This is a particular technology called outpainting. So I want to point it out that you can see that this is for the 1930. You can probably imagine that it's a very small screen. How can I outscale to 16K? So in the beginning, we just have little this woman's head. But we use AI to create its body and also create the entire environments from AI's help. So multi-model AI is the technology that can help you to create content and even films. The second one is assistant search. So I will explain later, but how can we use search to really understand the people and provide enough information for the people to consume the context. The third one is security, I explained before. So there are 4 ways. For Google Cloud is here to help to reimagine your needs. The first one is enhanced content production management. Meaning, if you want to create content, use AI can help you to generate faster. The second one is unlock the value of content. Meaning, if you have old content, for example, like if you are in the film company, you got tons of old films. How can you use AI to make money on that? The third one is personalized audience experience. Meaning, just like I mentioned in previous slides, 60% of our time when you wake up are consuming context. But produce side doesn't understand what is the audience type, what is the really needs. So how can we use AI to really personalize your content and directly ship to the audience? The number 4 is enhanced enterprise productivity. Meaning, how can we use Google Cloud's solutions to help you to more productive when you created some contents? Let me explain those 4 pillars. The first one, enhanced content productivity. So 5 ways. The first one is archive modernizations. So you have all your own old content. How can you migrate those content to a more digitalized storage and make sure that when you want to use it, you can easily to find it? The second one is create assist, meaning that if you imagine that you want to film a documentary, so there's lots of different documents you need to study first, and then you can start in filming. But using AI, we can quickly summarize every document you had, and even help you to draft the storylines with AI. The third one is live productions, which means that if you want to do the live streaming, how can AI help you to even remotely help the host to do the live streaming? The fourth one is the localizations. I'm not sure that you guys ever watched the Google I/O this morning. We have a tool to help people actually, when you use English just like right now, in a second, you will hear my voice using Chinese Mandarin and talk to you. That is the amazing of AI, the localization. The final one is the virtual studio, which means that all the end-to-end work, how can we use AI technology and the cloud technology seamlessly and use the technology to reduce the cost and time. The example is just, I need to bring out the Wizard of Oz again. This one is the sphere that we use AI technology to reduce 50% when you produce these films. The second pillar is the unlock the value of content. 3 ways. One is direct to the customer streaming. By all means, I believe everyone watch YouTube, right? Actually, YouTube, Google is the #1 backbone providers. We use our satellite, our online streaming technology to help to deliver the content more quickly and with very, very low cost. The second one is the media enrichment. That is if you have an old film, how can you use AI to more like interpret this film? They can add some metadata, for example, like how many people appear in that film, what is the narrative of that film. In the old time, you need to have someone to watch entire film to generate some metadata. Right now, you can use AI to do that. That is very critical for the third one, is the media search. You see, in the old time, how can we search? We also use the keyword search. But right now, if I want to have some search, for example, like 2 people talk to each other and they are arguing with what they are going to eat during the dinners. How can I search this kind of contents? So media search is another way that AI help you to drive a very particular search. This is an example. Fox Sports already use Google Cloud technology for their contents. Fox Sports, they got million of films already in their database. So I saw the demo. They want to search, for example, this is the Super Bowl. They want to search a moment, touchdown, and a player high-five to another one. How can you search this kind of information in 10 seconds? So you need to use multi-model to understand the film and understand the context of the query so you can find out the result. The third one is personalization audience experience. First thing is you need to have a very easy build-up platform called Customer Data Platform. So you need to do some personalization, but you need to understand your audience first. So you need to have some platform that collect all the customer informations, store it there, and then you can use the multi-model recommendation and search experience. Just like I mentioned before, how can the user, actually some user doesn't understand their needs, but AI can do that. For example, I watched a Spanish film last night. In general speaking, Netflix will recommend another Spanish film. Probably, I watched a romantic Spanish film last night. And if I see Netflix recommend another like a very technology Spanish film to me, probably that isn't fitting my text because I'm not interested in romantics, but right now I'm studying Spanish. Romantic Spanish film is because they talk slow, so I can better understand the language. So how can a personal search can recommend this? Because this search engine needs to understand not only the keyword, but also other things, other behavior I have, and combine together and give you the best recommendations. This is an example, like in Olympic Games in Paris recent years, the UBC Universal Studio used the Gemini to create the app. So whenever you have a question, for example, what is the net scan for Team US to compete, they will tell you. And even you can ask what is the score, what is the highlight, everything. So you can see that the TAD is reached 80% compared to the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Final pillar is the enhanced enterprise productions. 4 things. You can ask AI to develop a code more quickly, for sure. AI marketing, you can generate some short film to do the marketing. Also, agent space is the services that we provide to the user, so they can use the search and the multimedia to generate some, so for example, like marketing material to your customers. And final is the customer engagement suite. This is the customer services that are using AI. So what is the unique place for Google Clouds? 4 things. For sure, I keep repeating multi-model AI because this is important. Multi-model AI is, you will see that is more used for in 2025, and the Google Cloud is leading these AI models. Google Search, also the platform, and finally the partner ecosystem are all here to help the content providers in Taiwan and worldwide to generate some fancy or eye-catching or personalized information content to your audience. Okay, this is my last slide. Google Cloud, this is the strategy. So if you are in the media and entertainment company and you want to do the transformation, probably this is the step you can take a look. The first one is identify the business needs. You use AI to do the transformation, but you need to understand what is the money comes from, what is the pain point you have. So you need to identify this first. The second one is data, data, data. AI is the cherry on the top, but data is the foundation. So after you identify the pain point, you need to find those data and find a place to store this data and make sure that the data is easy to use. The third one is Google Cloud will help you to assess what is the organization looks like if you have any IT staff that understand AI, or you're more like we are going to outsource our platform to other places, to a partner ecosystem. The final one is do the POC. So Google Cloud in Taiwan, we can help you to create a POC. We can help you to use those AI technology I just mentioned before and help you really to compete with those giant film company to use AI, lower cost, great content. All right, thanks. This is all I have. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley, for the insightful introduction. Coming next, we will be diving into what Google is doing in the AI space, as well as shifting gear to another exciting frontier in the world of AI. The topic would be AI for media and entertainment with NVIDIA beyond content generation. It is our honor to have the Senior Technologist for Generative AI and Big Data of Development Programs Asia Pacific South at NVIDIA, Dr. Deb Goswami. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Deb Goswami.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm Deb. I'm with a company called NVIDIA. You may have heard of us. And what I wanted to do today was walk us through a bit of a history of NVIDIA, who we are today, what we have been doing, and shed a bit of light on how we see media and entertainment leverage some of the technology that we have been building outside of content creation, right? Okay. It's been a while since we've been involved with AI, but of course, when we started this journey 30 years ago, it's worth noting that there was about 10 years to the date when the CD-ROM was invented, right? And at that point in time, when Jensen, our co-founder, was thinking of how to position NVIDIA, the total addressable market for graphics and gaming and entertainment was what drove our business. But making the right chip is not an accident at NVIDIA. Right? We spend a lot of time working with our developers, our ecosystems, to understand the kind of workloads that need our acceleration. So over the last 15, 20 years, I think we have been successfully able to leverage this energy in the ecosystem to transform our company into an AI company. Right? What does that look like? So today, we have a variety of engagements and ecosystem plays that we participate in. We have over 27,000 startups that engage with NVIDIA via our Inception program. We have millions of developers on CUDA. We have tremendous amounts of energy in the ecosystem in how they leverage our technology. But wait, there's more. You see, the thing is, with NVIDIA, the GPUs are the foundation. Our GPUs, our CPUs, our network cards, they're the foundation. But sitting on top of that is an absolute ecosystem of software that we write. So the tagline goes, our cards make the workloads run, but our software makes them sing. So what I wanted to do today was walk you through some of the examples of how you can leverage the NVIDIA stack in your roles within your media and entertainment industry outside of content creation. Right? So we'll start with that first. Today we have multiple global ISVs, partners and startups who are building with NVIDIA, on top of NVIDIA, across a variety of use cases. We have, the Blenders and the Adobes building high-quality generative AI solutions within their tools. We have studios, and you've seen some fantastic demos earlier on in the previous talks of how they're using AI to augment their workflows. You're also going to see, and if you take a walk around, you'll see our Inception Pavilion down the street, and you'll see quite a few examples of startups who are leveraging this technology to build additional solutions. We spoke about, in fact, Ben mentioned multimodal AI a few times. We completely agree, 100%. This is where the future's at. So you have to think of a holistic ecosystem layer, a holistic participation component, and this is what it looks like. It's across language, it's across media, and it's tools and platforms, right? But there's more. I really like Ben's talk because it set me up very nicely for a deep dive into some of these parts. And I thought I'd take a different lens. We have generative AI, but how many of you think of using NVIDIA or leveraging our technology stack to accelerate your data analytics? The average OTT platform today generally has about 20 to 30 monthly active users in Southeast Asia. That's a lot of data to go through. That's a lot of customers to please. Recommendation systems, automated speech and vision, if you're a customer service component, you have to build out these technology stacks. So today, when we, as NVIDIA, we look at the media and entertainment industry, we see use cases across the spectrum. I think from Ben, you heard a few. We've spoken about personalized search. We've spoken about recommendation systems. But how about dynamic content at scale? What parts of the content should you personalize? Decisions that help you address and uncover these as well, right? Shoppable content. What parts of a scene can you monetize? Because a lot of companies will think of investing in generative AI, but here's your ROI. How do you monetize some of that? Right? But pictures and videos are worth 1,000 words. So let me see if I can get a bit of help on somebody to click on this video, then we should be able to see it, or else I worry we'll just move to the next slide.
Pedigree and Nexus Studios present Adoptable. Adoptable uses machine learning to transform a basic photo of a shelter dog into studio-quality photography. That shelter dog can then be inserted into any digital pedigree ad. Each ad directs people to a personalized landing page. Here, they can learn more about the dog they just saw And when adopted, that dog is instantly dropped out of media rotation. Now every pedigree campaign can feature an adoptable dog near you.
Adoptable uses an AI model that is trained to understand the exact visual composition and the nuance of the specific dog. Fur length, body shape, and color identity can all be customized to match the individual dog waiting in the shelter, right down to its unique markings. And because the rig is fully augmentable, the dog can be positioned to suit any media format.
But currently, 1 in 5 adopted dogs are returned to shelters. Using geographic data like proximity to parks and household sizes, Adoptable matches dogs to the locations that suit them best.
Awesome. And that's a really heartwarming use case because we're talking about creating content that's based on an anchor, but we're going a step further. In this example, you saw how Adoptable actually completed their journey by leveraging analytics, by leveraging things like geomarkers and locations to really build an end-to-end product, right? So what you're seeing here is essentially just a brief overview of our technology stack, right? On how we think companies can leverage our SDKs to help you build out your next incarnation of products. And we're delighted to announce a few, but one of them is HoloScan. So HoloScan is essentially a media container that helps you create and stream live video pipelines that leverage generative AI. So you can just take this off the shelf from an NVIDIA, built.nvidia.com or one of our partner website marketplaces and get ready and have a solution built out. Now, I promised that we would speak about more than content creation, but it is something that I know is top of mind, and I wanted to complement some of the talks that I'm sure we're going to have before. When we think of intelligent content creation, we probably look at it across 3 axes. One of them is generative AI for the visual application space. The second pillar is how do you leverage large language models to engage with this content or extract metadata. And the third pillar is how do you search through these things with our RAG systems, right? All of these things, what did they look like in combination? I've got a quick demo for you on how we are helping studios with intelligent content creation, right? So the thing to kind of really pay attention to is with content and content creation, it's a creative art. Directors prefer to have as much control as they'd like on how the content is seen, how it's perceived. There's an aesthetic play here. So with Stability.ai, one of the things we were able to do is to craft a control pipeline where you're able to control the viewpoint, the cameras from an input set of images and really tailor the scene, create that narrative. And now the possibilities are endless. You don't have retakes. You just have re-simulates or re-renders. Right? So this is an example of what we call intelligent content creation. Sure, you could, as in the Malaysia studio example, create everything from scratch, or you could use your creative agency to craft a more inclusive journey. Now, I've been in the AI space for over a decade now, and one of my passions is analytics, right? So I did want to take this opportunity to give you, the audience, a bit of an overview on how you can leverage NVIDIA for your analytics journey, right? Because the more you're able to eke out signals from your customer engagement behavior, the more ROI you can craft and generate, right? So one of the things that we're seeing people do is viewer insights, recommendation engines, and interaction with content, including live content, right? And I'll walk you through a few examples here today, but some of you who have AI and data science teams inside your organizations should be thrilled to know that you can accelerate your entire existing analytics pipelines on NVIDIA without changing your code. So the way it works is that we embrace the open source ecosystem. We work with every single SDK platform that's out there, and we help adopt their technology to make it run more efficiently on NVIDIA. And what that translates to is something like this. Adobe, today, run their analytics stack with NVIDIA. And this has allowed them to speed up their entire AI for analytics pipeline by a factor of 7, reducing their costs by 90%. Now, this is important because if you talk about OTT platforms and media consumption, a lot of your AI spend today is probably being allocated to analytics and data processing. This play allows you to optimize that significantly and make space for more AI. The last thing I did want to walk through is what we call NIMs. Now, NVIDIA, we're good at many things. One thing we're not so good at is naming stuff often. NIMs, it's not a microservice. It's a Docker container. So think of it like a packaged software that you download and you deploy. And we have NIMs and what we call blueprints, which are reference architectures for all these use cases out of the box. So if you're getting started on your AI journey, if you're getting started on your non-content AI journey as a media center, well, we've got you covered. And you can deploy this anywhere you access NVIDIA. This is a bit more technical. You know, I did stop at equations. They told me, please don't put any math in your slides on a midweek Wednesday 4 p.m. presentation. But this is an example of what a reference architecture with an NVIDIA blueprint looks like. And here what you're seeing is, and I think Ben spoke about agentic AI in his talk. Recall that you're now marrying together multiple large language models, getting them to speak to each other, to plan, to reason, and craft an approach. With these blueprints, it gets you started out of the box. Right? Now, what this allows you to do is to link together your analytics play, your content play, your engagement play, and build out use cases like the one that you're about to see. This is what we did with VAST.
Faber dances, right circle, now wraparound score!
Wow. No, I love this demo. And, you know, I hope you saw the complexity with which you can engage. The first prompt was simple. Find me the most exciting reels. I mean, we can be subjective, and I don't know what the exciting reels means, but let's assume that we've got an algorithm that can help you uncover this. Okay, so far, you know, we're almost at traditional generative AI levels, but the second prompt was incredible. He described, I've got a fantasy league. Find me the most brick wall goalies that I need for my fantasy team. Now, that's pretty complex. And what you saw in the demo was how the AI agents were thinking through this process and really crafting this out. Here's another way that they were using this technology. Now, NHL, you know, with all due respect, isn't as widely popular outside of North America, right? But in Scandinavia, it is. It actually has players from over 70 different countries. So for these kind of sports, if they want to embrace outreach, They could open up opportunities and say, find me the best Finnish goal scorers, right? And so that's how they're using this to monetize their technology. New tools make new stories possible. So, this is my last slide. Please join us on this journey. We love developers. We love ISVs. We love enterprises and ecosystems. So if you want to get started building with NVIDIA, here's how. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure and a privilege.
Thank you, Dr. Deb Goswami, for the thought-provoking presentation. Coming next, we will soon be having our panel discussion where we will delve more into how AI is changing streaming media and digital entertainment. For the panel discussion, not only would we invite again our speakers, Mr. Ben Lee and Dr. Deb Goswami, and also we will have another moderator also from the Taiwan Creative Content Agency. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator for our panel discussion, Senior Manager from the Taiwan Creative Content Agency, Ms. Ray Yan. Welcome. And also, let's give a big round of applause to welcome back our two speakers, Mr. Ben Lee from Google Cloud, as well as Dr. Deb Goswami from NVIDIA. Thank you all for joining us, and now let's hand the event to Ms. Ray Yan.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. Welcome to today's sections that we are talking about redefine the future of blueprint for the streaming media. And hello, I'm Ray from the TAICA, the Taiwanese Content Creative Agency. And thank you very much for Deb and Ben and Alice for your inspiring sharing. So I think we can also see that we are in the eras that the creative and technology are deeply engaged, and we believe that AI is not just a tool. It's like a redefine how the creator is thinking and how also redefine the future of the content industry. So I think we keep receiving a message today is that AI is not going to, it's not replacing the human potential. It's like expanding it, and so like intellectual amplifiers and shaping how we innovate, how we learn, how we think, and how we solve the complex problems. So, but I think today we are not just talking about technology. I think today we would like to talk about the ecosystem that creates by those technology and content industry, and how they fundamentally shift in the production workflow and also the industry dynamics. So let's dive into this topic and explore more about the mindsets behind. So I think we can start with my favorite question is the challenge, because I think everything seems perfect, but actually it's not. So I think we can start from the challenge. So Ben, I think in your sharing, and the first word that really catch my eye is the battle of attention. So actually, indeed, I mean, you mentioned about that Google is really focused on multi-model recommendation system, and also I think this seems like to be key to win this battle. So, but I believe definitely they have some challenge. So is there any challenge behind this concept, or could this system start to influence the way how the content is created?
Yeah, I think for the challenge is happening both sides, the producer side and the consumer side. For the consumer side, as I mentioned, people is already spend lots of time consuming all the medias, but all the people feel that I didn't get what I need. Probably you don't understand what you need. So this is from the consumer side, too many options, but they don't know which one should they pick up. From the producer side, again, just I mentioned in my slides, they already spend tons of billion dollars to produce those contents and try to deliver to the target audience. But again, they don't understand what is the shape of the audience. So how can we use AI to make the bridge for the producer side as well as the consumer side to make sure that from the consumer side, an agent and AI can tell you this is what you need based on this and that. And from the producer side, this is the context, this is the storyline, this is the narrative. If you are targeting to some audience, this is the way that you need to produce your contents. So again, both sides have challenge, use AI to navigate those challenges and make sure that each party meet in between.
Is there any case study that you could share with us? Like, is there any like we need to build out a bridge, or is that like a successful like a example?
Working at Google is a privilege to use the most cutting-edge technology. This morning we got the Google I/O events, and just 30 minutes ago, I already used the system that announced in the mornings. So I just used a very easy prompt and generate a film that I show to the people. This is not an AI film. You can barely tell that this person in the film is generated by AI. What I want to say is, you already have the tool to create those contents that in the old times, the film need to pay billion dollars to create. But again, go to the basis is that right now you got a tool, but again, how can you tell the best story is fundamentally from the creator that is rooted in your person and in your brain. So that is the most critical part. I feel that as a person, as a creators, your brain cannot replace by AI. AI is a tool for you to compete with those giant filmmakers, but if you have a good story to tell, you will dominate the market.
Indeed, I think that would be truly like a mutual trust and understanding to each other. But I think the goal is definitely for the win-win situation in the end. So based on these questions, I'd like to invite Deb to share a little more about that, because NVIDIA, we provide a lot of powerful tools, and also this really influences a lot on the production workflow. So, but is there any challenge behind, for example, like the AI agents or what you just mentioned, like data analysis? Is there like we need to rethink how to control the creative logic, or how to build out the trust, or find out the boundary between like a human AI collaboration?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fantastic question. And you're right, there are many challenges with adopting AI. It's not a silver bullet. One of the challenges that I see, well, it's two broad ones. The first one is excessive temptation to adopt AI for everything. You know, I mean, I always say, if you don't have a return on investment, if you don't have an ROI crafted to the work you're doing, it's just an expense. So don't get caught into, or don't get trapped by FOMO into an AI expense journey, right? If you're a studio, if you're a content studio creator, and you're creating multiple IPs at the same time, if you're producing multiple IPs at the same time, your set of challenges will be on your expenditure outlay, your CapEx outlay will be very different to a sports broadcaster or a media agency that's bidding for pitches from clients. So depending on your business, there'll be some use cases that are really impactful for your business model, and others that are a distraction. So the first challenge is to figure out how to eradicate the distractions and focus on the initiatives that will actually add value to you. The second challenge is actually organizational and more structural. One of the gaps or one of the challenges that a lot of traditional media houses have is they don't have as many quantitative or AI or programming skill sets within the company. So if you're going to outsource or leverage a partner, you need to think about how the product that you create out of that, how you're going to integrate that with your existing artistic workflows. So those are the two big challenges. One is to avoid distractions and get tempted to do just AI for everything, which is a horrible decision. You'll spend a lot of money and get nowhere. And the second one is to think about what parts of your business need to adopt to an AI-first organizational workflow.
Yeah, because I think that is also fantastic to that we can discuss about this situation, because there's a lot of like distractions in the like overwhelming AI, the AI database. So I would also like to follow up because I noticed the NVIDIA already have the developed program for many years. So maybe we could like circle back a little bit. Is like how do we get started? Because I mean, for a lot of like average user or the company, they want to start the first step in the AI adaptation. So is there any recommendation from you that for the beginners or the newcomers, especially if they have more engagement with the streaming media, is there any suggestion for them to find a path to the temple?
Oh, that's my favorite question of all time. Because I look at developer ecosystem across APAC, and I work with what we call developers across all segments: enterprise, startups, ISVs, universities. If you're a startup, you should almost certainly join the NVIDIA Inception program. That's a free program that we craft. We encourage our startups. We have over 27,000 startups globally. And we work with you across 4 pillars. We help you with tech journey. So my teams are the sort of the technical mentors for a lot of startups in APAC. We help you if you need to get access to our GPUs. We have partnerships. For example, the Google for Startups program is a sister program to us. So when you join Inception, you also get access to credits from the GCP program. So we're partnering with our ecosystem at large. We help you with VC alliances and GTM. That's the kind of administrative part of this. We have a similar program called Connect for ISVs. But if you are an actual developer and you'd like to get started with NVIDIA, developer.nvidia.com. It's a fantastic portal. It gives you access to all of our SDKs. You could go to build.nvidia.com, where you can play. It's an AI playground. We have pretty much every single LLM that you could think of, optimized and ready for you to try out. You could, if you need training, we have something called the Deep Learning Institute, DLI. These provide both online self-paced and in-person workshops. We run these globally. In fact, if you're around, we're just running GTC. We had a massive Omniverse workshop yesterday, which was a full house. So we train, we enable, we partner, we teach, and all of our software is open source. So just go to GitHub, search for NVIDIA, and you will have access to our SDKs. That's the best place for you to start. If you need more help, reach out to us. I mean, we've got a partner ecosystem, whether it's Accenture or Deloitte or TCS or any of the GSIs, SoftServe, we work with them to help their platform. So you're not alone on this journey. We're here to help you. Just reach out to us. We'd love to help.
Exactly. I think just like Deb just mentioned, I think the AI is really, it's a training partners. I mean, it should be like amplifies the human's ingenuity in the future. So I mean, still we keep on talking about the tools because I know that Google Cloud also has lots of tools like apply for the creative users. So is there, because there are so many tools, so is there any like a workflow or logics that when the creators they step into the tools that provided by Google Cloud, like any suggestions or?
Yeah, so inside Google Cloud we got lots of different very fancy tool for you to create fancy contents. But again, I mean, before AI, those big films had the privilege because they had got money. They can have a very bad story and add lots of CGI and still ship it to the markets, and people still buy it, right? But right now, even for local companies, we can use a very reasonable budget to create a certain level that's compete to those big films, those CGI, those AI-generated contents. But again, that made no mistake. Right now, the story will getting more important. Will getting more important because right now, people will get used to those big fancy CGI contents. If you have a bad story, you will not hit the market. People will say that this is not my type. I will not choose this one. So all your money will be wasted. So again, for the local companies, we got your tools, can create those contents that make your story, good story, even better. But again, make sure that you have a good story on your hand.
Yes, and I mean the good story is also amplified with the good tools. But I mean, is there still like a threats behind all the like creations? And what do you foresee any threats behind? And is there any suggestions also for the creators?
Yes. So just I mentioned, safety is another thing that for the AI we need to consider. Two parts. One is responsible AI. Use AI wisely. And inside Google, we have safety filters to make sure that our fancy tool doesn't put it in the wrong hands. This is the first one. The second one is, I think this is the public information. All the AI generated contents generated by Google tool will have watermarked. So even though you just disappear a little topics on your film, it will have a watermark on top of that. In this case, even in some cases that eventually we want to find out the source, we are able to do that. So two parts. One is responsible AI, use it wisely. The second part is always be responsible for yourself, because eventually you will get back to you.
Indeed, and also, I mean, with Deb, I think this question is something maybe not just for the technology industries that everybody should be work together to create a better environment for everyone. So, is there anything that you think about? Is also the threats, and maybe something should be like a work together with the content creators?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that I often hear from the creative industry is, how does this impact our workflows? How does this impact the content and the art that we create as artists? So I think within NVIDIA, we have a responsible AI policy. So when we work, for example, with Getty Images and Adobe, all the data, all the images that were used as training data were sourced, they were attributed, there were royalty payments. So I think the onus is on the ecosystem to craft an inclusive play, to reward creators and continue rewarding creators. But the other thing is, in terms of threats, there is this parlance we have in product management. It's called the hind dog syndrome. And I don't know if you've heard of it, but basically it translates to this. Have you ever seen a dog walk on two legs? It's cute. It's a bit weird and a bit unsettling. How useful is it? Not very. So you've got to avoid situations where you're using AI for hind dog syndrome. Like, it's cool, it's quirky, it's not a value add. And that, I think, is one of the biggest threats that I see as well. Like, this again harkens back to that distraction phenomenon. If you're using AI for workflows that don't add value to your business, you're going to end up spending a lot of money, a lot of time for an engagement that's not going to generate value. And that will set your organization back years. Now, the impact to that is that your company and you are not going to lose your job to AI, or your company is not going to lose its business model to AI. You're going to lose out to an organization or to people who are really good at using AI. That's really important to bear in mind. So the threats there are, how do you craft effective guardrails? Getting generative AI to behave consistently is like herding cats. They hallucinate, right? So this is going to maybe think of how we use generative AI today, right? Let's play a thought experiment. I'm going to ask you a question, and you can answer only as follows. You have a typewriter with no backspace key. That's all you get. So I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to type as fast as you can without the backspace key. That's how today's generative AI models work. Just an analogy, right? What we're seeing today is with agentic systems and deeper reasoning models is we're giving them permission to pause. We're giving them the time to think, reiterate, circle back, get feedback and criticism on their first set of outputs, and then create something new. Right? So in the future, and this is why agentic AI systems are a big deal. Because we were able, with agentic AI systems, to reduce the hallucination rates, get a bit more higher quality answers, get deeper answers with the same prompts, right? So that's an example of how, if you have the right skill set in-house, you would have probably started working on agentic systems 6 months ago. But if you didn't, then this is the first time you're hearing about it, and you're already 6 months delayed.
I think the average sharings really shows that the AI, I think they changed the human behavior fundamentally, and it's definitely not just for the math side for engineer. It's a mindset side for the like a creative mind. So it's really nice, and I think the time flies. So I think before we wrap up for today's discussion, I would like to hear from both of you. Is there any like a future trend in the media and entertainment industry that you are most excited about?
I think the most exciting part is eventually we will see that more local companies, more local creators leverage AI tool to create a better stories, which will fit into the audience and make sure that our culture is heard by more people. That is the most exciting part I have.
Well, that's a beautiful message. I mean, absolutely right. You know, you think of, one of my favorite movies growing up was Lord of the Rings, right? Now, but there are so many incredible mythological movies that are out there in so many different cultures that maybe don't have access to the same production values that a Hollywood blockbuster would. But hey, that could change. I'd love to watch some Taiwanese historical dramas that are of the same vein. So that's what I'm excited about, some more incredible content.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your insightful sharing for today. And I think we are also very looking forward for the MA industry to find its voice and strengths and the wave of transformation. And thank you so much again. And also thank you for everyone to join our section today. And I hope you will discover more in our InnoVEX 2025 this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you to our amazing speakers. If you can remain on stage for a little bit, let's have a group photo together. And we'd like to invite again Ms. Zhang Wenying. Please come to the stage to join us for the group photo. Wow, the presentations and discussions today were truly thought-provoking and very deep. All right, please look towards the camera. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, let's have a thumbs up together to commemorate this moment. Please look towards the photographer again. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause to our wonderful speakers, Ms. Ray Yan, Ms. Zhang Wenying, Mr. Bentley, and Dr. Watab Goswami. Thank you so much. And thank you all to our guests for joining us today to explore how AI is shaping the future of streaming media and digital entertainment. We hope today's discussion inspired new idea for future AI in entertainment and other applications. Have a great day, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow again, center stage at InnoVEX. Thank you very much.